Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. Go Jays, go.
Go Jays, go.
Happy Canada Day.
I want to wish all Canadians a happy Canada Day, and go Jays, go.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Looking for a place to help and making stops along the way. Hey. Looking for a place to help and making stops along the way.
This afternoon, the Toronto Blue Jays are pleased to be welcoming and saluting the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families. Now entering the field, please welcome the Flag Party and Honor Guard from the Royal Canadian Dragoons based out of Garrison, Petawawa. The Royal Canadian Dragoons are the most senior and most handsome cavalry regiment in the Canadian Army. The regiment was created December 21st, 1883, and since that time, the regiment has served in every conflict this country has been a part of. Fans, we invite you now to join the Toronto Blue Jays in welcoming athletes who will be representing Canada in competition at the Rio 2016 Olympic and Paralympic Games. From Toronto, 2015 IAAF World Champion and Pan Am Games gold medalist, pole vaulter Sean Barber. He is known as the fastest woman in Canada. From Brampton, Ontario, sprinter Kamika Bingham. A three-time Canadian champion and Pan Am Games gold medalist, light welterweight boxer Arthur Biraslanov. He's from Gatineau, Quebec, and will compete in Rio in fencing's individual épée, Maxime Brink-Croteau. A two-time Pan American Games champion in boxing from Kitchener, Ontario, Mandy Bugeaud. A Pan American champion and three-time Canadian University champion. From Caledonia, Ontario wrestler Michelle Fazzari. A wrestler from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. She's overcome injuries since winning a gold world championship at the Commonwealth Games and bronze in 2014 to earn her spot in Rio, Jillian Galaise. She helped Canada win team foil gold at the Pan Am Games here in Toronto. A two-time world junior medalist in fencing, Eleanor Harvey. She made her Olympic debut in London and last summer won bronze at the 2015 Pan Am Games. From Pickering, 100-meter hurdler Nikita Holder. From North Vancouver, BC, he was the second most decorated athlete with 4 medals at the 2014 Commonwealth Games. Competing in artistic gymnastics in Rio, Scott Morgan. He won a pair of silver medals at the Pan Am Games. from Montreal, saber fencer Joseph Polaskafatis. She is the co-captain of the #1 ranked women's wheelchair basketball team. Please welcome Janet McLaughlin. Co-captains with Janet, they will take Canadian wheelchair basketball team to Rio to compete in the 2016 Paralympic Games. Please welcome Cindy Ouellette. Now, on behalf of the Toronto Blue Jays, Michael Saunders and Aaron Sanchez will now present a banner signed by the entire Blue Jays squad to hang at Canada House in Rio. Now, fans, please welcome the Cleveland Indians and your Toronto Blue Jays. Joining us today for our Blue Jays Canadian salute is a sailor who served and commanded on both coasts. A seasoned navigator with numerous deployments around the world on many of Her Majesty's Canadian ships. He is the newly appointed commander of the Royal Canadian Navy and a true fan of the Blue Jays. Please welcome Vice Admiral Ron Lloyd. Presenting Vice Admiral Lloyd with a token of our appreciation for both his efforts and those of the men and women with us here today and stationed around the world, please welcome Blue Jays pitcher Marco Estrada. Through the proceeds of sales from the Blue Jays Armed Forces CAD-PAT-inspired jersey, more than $73,000 has been donated since 2015 to the Soldier On Fund. Soldier On supports currently serving military members and veterans in overcoming their physical or mental health illness or injury through physical activity and sport. Fans, please remain standing and remove your caps and join Sergeant Cindy Scott from the Royal Canadian Air Force Band, who will sing the American and Canadian national anthems.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Today, our flag is being proudly carried by Canadian Armed Forces members from all across Ontario and the Royal Canadian Air Force, Canadian Army, and Royal Canadian Navy.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hazel May. Well, all you have to do is look at last month's Major League Baseball draft to see just how far the baseball program here in this great country has come. Port Hope, Ontario's Cal Quantrill, son of former Blue Jay Paul Quantrill, selected 8th overall by the San Diego Padres out of Stanford University. He became the second highest Canadian ever selected in the MLB draft. Presently, there are 78 names of Canadians affiliated with MLB teams and playing professional baseball all across North America. Of course, here with the Toronto Blue Jays, outfielder Michael Saunders from Victoria, BC, catcher Russell Martin from Montreal, Quebec. Of course, we all remember in 2010, the Cincinnati Reds' Joey Votto from Etobicoke, Ontario, was named National League Most Valuable Player. We want, of course, to congratulate all the Canadians in baseball. We are certainly proud of your efforts. It's another sellout crowd inside Rogers Center. It's a sea of red and white as we wish happy 149th birthday to Canada. Back in a moment.
Blue Jays on Sports Day. Presented by the all-new Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Happy Canada Day, everybody. A packed house here at the Rogers Center on the 1st of July. Getting ready to watch the Toronto Blue Jays and the Cleveland Indians in the second game of this 4-game series. That's IndyCar driver James Hinchcliffe. Proud Canadian, sustained serious injuries last year. Then won the pole position for the Indy 500 this year. Getting ready for the Honda Indy here in Toronto in a couple of weeks. Throwing out to a buddy of his. Drew Storn's a big auto racing fan, so James Hinchcliffe out. Bounced it in, but a nice effort. The red jerseys obviously are in full display. There is red all over the ballpark. Happy Canada Day to you guys. Always a fun day to be at the ballpark.
Yeah, it sure is. And obviously I came here in 1981 and really started to understand what it meant. But it's a terrific day for baseball. Unfortunately for the Blue Jays, they've been able to play a lot of home games recently on July 1st.
25 years now I've been coming to Canada as a player and as a broadcaster, and it gets better and better every year, and I just feel the emotion that everybody, Canadians, have in their country, and I'm starting to feel and starting to be a Canadian.
Both of you definitely are. It was great when the Blue Jays first came out on the field to start stretching and warming up about 45 minutes ago, and the fans saw the red jerseys and the red caps. You could hear the ovation. Just a real sense of pride in the ballpark today.
Yeah. Special day for this guy, Michael Saunders, playing for the first time with the Blue Jays on Canada Day.
Of course, Russell Martin, a Canadian as well, so 2 Canadians in the starting lineup for the Blue Jays today. Let's check out the starting lineup for the Indians, the hottest team in baseball. A 13-game winning streak after a 4-1 win over the Blue Jays last night, and getting contributions up and down the lineup. Jason Kipnis is on a 12-game hitting streak, and he's driven in 12 runs during those 12 games. And former Blue Jay Rajai Davis did some damage against his old team last night, hit a long home run off the facing of the second deck. He has been hot as well in the starting lineup and in left field, batting 9th today for the Tribe.
You mentioned all the hot hitters for the Cleveland Indians. Well, the Blue Jays need a big one this afternoon from Marcus Stroman. He's been struggling of late. Everybody knows about that. Marcus needs to go out there and pound that strike zone against this lineup that the Indians have. Marcus gets ready for his 17th start of the season. He's 6-4 with a .533 earned run average. He was better his last time out, his first couple of innings. Now, he only went 5 innings and gave up 4 runs, but we saw some improvement. We saw the sinker starting to come back. Changed his delivery just a little bit. It seemed to work for him. Now he's got to be able to carry that just a little bit longer into this afternoon's ball game.
So the red caps, the red jerseys, the red belts for the Blue Jays as they try to slow down the freight train that is the Cleveland Indians right now. The Indians winners of 13 in a row, 48 and 30 on the season. Stroman will face Carlos Santana to get the afternoon underway. He's DHing today, played first base last night. Very good power, very good patience. And the shift is on for the Blue Jays. 3 on the right side of the infield. Stroman misses just off the outside corner for ball 1.
The thing to look for in my mind from Stroman is the ability to throw quality strikes down in the zone with this fastball. He hasn't been able to do that consistently enough lately.
There's the ball down, and he gets a ground ball. 1 out. Troy Tulowitzki making the play, the shortstop on the right side of the infield. So a good start for Stroman, who did have a couple of good innings at the outset of his last start against the White Sox. Now Jason Kipnis, as we mentioned, on a 12-game hitting streak, overall hitting .271 with 11 home runs. The Indians come in 4th in the American League in offense this year. As the breaking ball misses just outside ball 1, you can see Russell Martin point out to Stroman saying, hey, I thought it was a good pitch, keep doing that. But he didn't get the call. And another ground ball. 2 down.
This Marcus Stroman start is brought to you by BioSteel Sports Nutrition, the natural choice for everyday performance. Drink the pink.
So a promising start for Marcus Stroman. Big business in the J shop here at Rogers Center today. 2 ground ball outs for the Indians here in the top of the first. And now with 2 outs and the bases empty, here's young shortstop Francisco Lindor, who takes low ball 1. Lindor hitting .304 on the season, just 22 years of age. Great energy, very good work ethic, always trying to learn more, improve himself, and has become a mainstay on this team in a very short period of time. Just his 2nd year in the big leagues.
This is how it started for Marcus Stroman in that last start. Couple of innings, he started getting a lot of ground ball outs. First inning, it was quick. 1, 2, 3, 3 ground ball outs. He was pounding the lower parts of that strike zone. As the game wore on, ball started creeping up.
Russell Martin liked that last breaking ball, and that's the thing that's been missing, the crispness to his fastball and the breaking ball, where it has better movement, but that last breaking ball was pretty good.
Crowd in a festive mood early. Sellout here at Rogers Center, urging on Stroman. Bounced it in 2-2. The Indians getting in the Canada Day spirit. You can see the Canadian flag on the right sleeve of the Indians jerseys here today. I believe the Blue Jays will reciprocate on the 4th of July Monday when the Royals are here. 2-2. And a liner in the left center field will drop in for a base hit.
Boy, as soon as that ball gets up for Marcus, major league hitters have hit him. Everything has been down until this one right here. Just too much of that strike zone, too much up in the air for Lindor as he singles to left field.
So a base runner for the Indians with 2 down, and that'll bring up the cleanup hitter Mike Napoli. Napoli, who DH'd last night, he's at first base today. He and Santana exchanging positions as Napoli takes inside ball 1. Big power numbers for Napoli, 16 home runs, 52 runs driven in.
He's going to have to pound him inside, I think. Mike Napoli likes that ball out over the plate.
And a broken back ground ball in on his hands. Not where Martin was set up, but it's where the pitch was delivered. And that'll end the inning. No runs, a base hit, and a man left. A promising start for Marcus Stroman here on Canada Day. And the Blue Jays coming up in a scoreless game, and a look at the Jays lineup this afternoon in the 2nd game of this series against the Indians. Josh Donaldson on a 9-game hitting streak and a very productive one. What a month of June he had. The same can be said for Edwin Encarnacion, who drove in 30 runs in the month of June, and look how hot he has been over his last 17. The 2 big thumpers are really doing their job in the lineup, but other than the Donaldson home run last night, they could not solve Carlos Carrasco. We'll see how they do today against Josh Tomlin.
Carrasco was outstanding in last night's ball game. Now they get another hot starter. Look at these numbers for Josh Tomlin. 9-1 with a .332 earned run average. He's tied with Cole Hamels of Texas with the best winning percentage in the American League. That .332 earned run average just outside the top 10 in the American League. Throws lots of strikes. Just 8 walks all season long for Josh Tomlin.
He will get touched up for the home run every now and again. Has given up 18 on the season. He is the longest tenured member of the Indians organization. Drafted in the 19th round back in 2006. Ezequiel Carrera, again the leadoff hitter for the Blue Jays today, hitting .302 on the season. And he's taken a couple of strikes. Tomlin is not overpowering, but as Tabby mentioned, a great control. He is in the zone. He works quickly. The ball's in play. Curveball, and he struck him out on 3 pitches.
Fastball, curveball. He will use that curveball with 2 strikes. He will also use that cutter with 2 strikes. This time, though, he spins it up there, and Carrera just watches it go by. 1, 2, 3. That was quick.
Donaldson, 31 years of age, 9-1 with a 3.32 ERA, coming off an 8-inning, 3-run performance against the Tigers 5 days ago. Picked up the win. He'll face Josh Donaldson, whose home run last night was his 19th on the season. And Tomlin in there with called strike 1.
That has been the biggest improvement for Josh Tomlin this year. Talking to some of the Cleveland Indians people, they say fastball command. He's able to go outside, inside, both sides of the plate, down, up, whatever.
Down the right field line, hit pretty well. That is a foul ball. Donaldson hopping mad between first and second. Mike Napoli was immediately pointing foul, but Donaldson was looking as he was running, and I think he's asking the dugout to have a look at that one.
Yeah, this is one you can review. It's beyond the umpire down the line, so he can have a look at it, and that's what the Blue Jays are waiting on right now. This ball was slicing down the right field line. You can see there's not much room down there, but it looks like it hits foul.
Yeah.
Mike Napoli was saying foul. Josh Donaldson was saying fair.
A game of inches, huh? 2-3 inches away from a double. Instead, an 0-2 count on Donaldson.
Now he's got to regroup. Got to regroup right here. You think you've got yourself a base hit, an extra base hit, and now you got to stand in that batter's box down 0-2.
First ball thrown by Tomlin.
Donaldson had a terrific month of June. He had 368, and he also scored 26 runs. He had a tough May. He had 224 in the month of May, but really turned things around in June.
And strike 3 called. A late call from home plate umpire Vic Carapazza, and you can tell from the reaction of Donaldson, he clearly felt it was high.
He was getting ready for another swing after this one went by. Watch him. He goes after it, feels that it is high. Might have been a high strike. I don't think you can go any higher than that.
So back-to-back strikeouts for Tomlin to begin his outing, and here's Edwin Encarnacion. The major league leader in RBIs with 70. Announced earlier today that Encarnacion and Donaldson shared the Blue Jay Player of the Month award. They both certainly will be under consideration for the American League Player of the Month award, which will be announced in a couple of days. Everybody oohing and eyeing, but it's just a curveball that slipped out of his hand a little bit. No intent by Josh Tomlin, who's fallen behind for the first time today. Missed upstairs, ball 3.
We have seen this all season long. 2 quick outs and then very defensively pitching to Encarnacion.
Green light here, 3-0.
Absolutely.
Takes a strike, 3-1.
Encarnacion hit 11 home runs in the month of June. 4 batters in the majors hit 11. Edwin, Chris Bryant, Adam Jones, and Will Myers, all with 11 home runs, and that bat exploded. He hit it right off the end of the bat and then split right down the middle.
He's got a cup on the end of that bat there where they take out some of that wood to lighten it up a little bit. Looks like he hit it right off the end. Cutter, yeah, right off the end. Split that wood. It's been a good pitch for Josh Tomlin. Lots of cutters.
So a full count now. And the pitch. And a cutter, strike 3 called. And now Encarnacion is fuming. And he got tossed out of the game. And now he inadvertently bumped Carapazza as well. A pitch that certainly appeared to be outside. Again, a bit of a late call. And now John Gibbons gets tossed out.
Well, Vic Carapazza called Donaldson out on a high fastball. That looked like it was a breaking ball off the plate. Edwin's got a terrific eye, and he's been taking a lot of borderline pitches. And he got tossed very quickly by Vic Carapazza here in the first inning. This ball appears to be a breaking ball off the plate. And Carapazza calls him out. Edwin doesn't react strongly very often, but he's tossed in the first.
So not the way the Blue Jays wanted to get this holiday started. Scoreless at the end of 1 and 2 people tossed out.
Actually, Aaron Sanchez's birthday, and our friends at Dairy Queen want to wish Mr. Sanchez a very happy birthday here on this July the 1st.
24 years old, Aaron Sanchez today. But some unhappy Blue Jays with the way this one has started. 3 called strikeouts in the first inning. 2 of them questioned by Blue Jays hitters. Edwin Encarnacion ejected from the game, and John Gibbons ejected as well. There's a fly ball to left field, hauled in by Saunders, and Jose Ramirez is retired, 1 down.
Well, one thing that has happened here is the fact that not only is DeMarlo Hale the interim manager, but the umpires have united the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely right.
As if they needed that, right?
Boy, the atmosphere has sure changed from the unveiling of the flag and the Canada Day festivities, and now it's an angry crowd here in Toronto.
I don't get it. I don't get Edwin. He's got a great eye, and I don't know what he said to him, but they didn't give him a chance to say much.
Now, and in years past, umpires would turn away, walk away, said, okay, you said you do, now get back to the dugout. Now, and more often than not, we're seeing umpires eject players without giving them the opportunity to walk away. Say you're due and then turn around, but this breaking ball looks off the plate outside.
Watch how quickly it happens. 1, 2, 3, and then he was just thrown out. John Gibbons got the heave-ho too quickly.
Yeah, after you lose your DH, it's just coming off a terrific month. You've got to get thrown out there.
So a big loss for the Blue Jays, obviously losing as hot a hitter as there is in baseball right now, as Lonnie Chisenhall fouls one off to keep it alive. It's the first time this year that Encarnacion has been tossed out. It is the 6th time this year that John Gibbons has been ejected.
I think that's the most in baseball.
The 1-2. The other thing you hope is, whether he meant to or not, Encarnacion did make a little bit of contact with Vic Carapazza after he had been ejected, and you could see Carapazza say something to him like, now you just bumped me here, and you hope there's not any kind of suspension forthcoming. Probably would only be a game, but that's more than the Blue Jays want to have.
Edwin did the right thing. He put his hands behind his back and kept them back there while he was arguing. But usually a player will have something to say and the umpire say, okay, thanks, I heard you, now go back to the dugout. But now that they're just getting pitched.
Swing and a miss on a good slider down and in, and Chisenhall strikes out, 2 down.
Already this game we've seen a much better breaking ball from Stroman, and he's changed his mechanics a little bit to get his hand a bit higher, and that'll enable him to get on top of the breaking ball. He keeps his hands down around his belt. That way he can get his hand on top, and look at the spin of the breaking ball. It's much sharper and a much more dramatic break than we've seen recently.
He's always been able to spin the ball. That sinker, his hand's been getting on the side, and he's lost it. He's also starting a lot like David Price now, and Chris Tillman, you can see he's actually turned on the mound, almost like he is in the stretch position. Not a lot of movement now from Marcus Stroman as he gets ready to pitch.
2 down as former Blue Jay Yan Gomes comes up. It's a ground ball to the left side. Donaldson up with it and on to first, but wide of the bag past Smoke, who could not make a play on it, and safe at first on the play is Gomes.
Will probably be an error for Donaldson. Third baseman, anything you can get, you cut that ball off, but he just couldn't get his body turned around where he can get his hand on top of the ball. That's one of the biggest improvement, Buck, that we have seen from Josh Donaldson this year, is his throwing across the infield.
Yeah, it was just a matter. He never got his back foot behind him. His right foot has to swing around more to make that throw, and he's aware there was just a mechanical issue.
It is an error on Donaldson, his 6th on the season, and that'll bring up rookie outfielder Tyler Naquin. Naquin getting an opportunity because of the injury to Michael Brantley. Also 2 different outfielders, as we talked about last night, for the Indians suspended for PED offenses this year. So Naquin, a former first-round pick, has come up to the big leagues and done extremely well. He is hitting .328 in 128 at-bats this year. And he's got 7 doubles, 5 triples, and 6 home runs.
Yeah, you can see he's a good base runner. He's got a long, smooth stride and the ability to rack up those extra base hits. He didn't have to hit it out of the ballpark to have a good night.
He's got a nice stroke. The ball came off his bat. This is the first time that we've had a chance to see Tyler Naquin.
Just 25 years old. He is from Spring, Texas, where he was born.
Runner at first, 2 down, and the 2-1. A swing and a ball shot into left field past a diving Donaldson, a base hit. It's a long single down the line for Naquin, who Gomes up to second on the play.
That's what I mean. There's a good looking swing right there from that kid.
Super Slow-Mo Cam. Brought to you by Rogers 4K TV. Get closer to the action with 4 times the resolution of HD alone.
First and second for the Indians as they threaten with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Gomes reaching on an error. Naquin with a base hit, and now the number 9 hitter, another former Blue Jay, Rajay Davis, will face Marcus Stroman.
Rajay played 3 years with the Blue Jays, 11, 12, and 13. 345 games in a Blue Jay uniform.
With a big home run for the Indians last night, his 8th on the season. He's stolen 21 bases already this year.
Rajay's aging well. He's 35 years old. Got 21 stolen bases.
It's a little bit more upright this year. It's not spread out as much as we have seen him in the past. He's in a little bit more powerful position, if you will, at the plate. He's got 8 home runs.
Swinging a foul off, 2-1.
I talked to Rajay this morning and I said, man, you're getting better with age. He goes, you know what? I'm not trying to do so much now, and I'm not thinking as much as I did in the past. Plus, I'm just letting the pitchers make their mistakes, and when they do, I'm taking advantage of it.
Broken back, ground ball to short. Tulowitzki across the diamond, and the inning is over. To the bottom of the second, a scoreless game here on Canada Day at Rogers Center. And not one, but two Canadians coming up for the Blue Jays at the bottom of the second. Michael Saunders, Russell Martin, and then Troy Tulowitzki due up.
Continue on Sunday as is Troy Tulowitzki bobblehead day presented by Jack Links. The first 20,000 fans to arrive at Rogers Center Sunday afternoon receive a Troy Tulowitzki bobblehead. Arrive early. The gates open at 11 a.m. and it looks just like them. They even got the eye black right there, Dan.
They sure did, Barry. That'll on the bobblehead days always huge crowd pleasers. So get here early for that game. Bottom of the second, no score. Indians and Blue Jays. Michael Saunders hitting in the cleanup spot today, hitting .289 with 15 home runs on the season. Shift on for the Indians is Josh Tomlin's first pitch, bunted foul by Saunders, trying to cross up the defense.
I know the Blue Jays would like to see that more often from Michael Saunders. They always play him in the shift, pulling the infield around to the right side, leaving just one defender. Now Ramirez has moved in a little closer to the baseline.
Luis Rivera has been asking him to do that just once a game. Even if you just show it, you'll change up the defense.
Well, just by doing it and having Ramirez move, you've eliminated some of his range laterally because he's now even with the bags.
In on his hands, and Saunders pops it up for Ramirez, back of third. Now you look at this Indians winning streak, this 13-gamer, tying the longest in franchise history. And the pitching staff, guys, has a 1.75 ERA in those 13 games. They've outscored the opposition 80-26.
And the offense has scored early in games, and that's so important for pitchers to go out and have a lead, pitch a little more aggressively. And this is an overall team effort, this 13-game win streak.
Sliders swung on and missed. 0-1 on Russell Martin.
Historic month of June for the Indians. 22 wins, ERA at 2.40. Last time they did that, 1954. We all know what happened in 1954, don't we? With the Indians?
Made the World Series.
Yeah, 111 wins.
Didn't win the World Series,
did not
but
win
made
it.
the World Series.
111 and 43.
Got swept by the Giants 4 games straight. The Willie Mays Giants who made that catch on Vic Wertz in the World Series, the Polo Grounds.
Well, maybe the Indians are kind of seizing the moment, the momentum the Cavaliers gave the city of Cleveland. They got hot just about the time the Cavs won the NBA title. The last time that the Indians won the World Series was 1948. They have the second longest drought in baseball. Of course, the Cubs have the longest. Brad Mills on the left, bench coach for Terry Francona. The Indians over the last couple of weeks, there's the ERA we talked about, hitting over 300, and overall on the season the offense has been very good. They have swept the White Sox, the Rays, the Tigers, and the Braves, and then the win over the Blue Jays last night. And a swing and a miss, and Tomlin has strikeout number 4.
Of course, the Blue Jays struck out 17 times in the game last night. They were called out on a couple of borderline pitches in the first. That last pitch was a good cutter, and he throws this cutter to right-handers inside and away, and this one to Russell Martin down and away.
Tough to hit that one. That's the biggest improvement right there. Cutter. He will use that cutter with 2 strikes, the most in all of baseball. 45% of the time he's going to use it with 2 strikes.
Fastball over the outside edge, a called strike to Troy Tulowitzki. Hitting .215 with a dozen home runs on the season. Hit 1 in the 3-game series out in Colorado. Got the day off last night. Back in there here today. Devin Travis is not in the starting lineup today. Now remember, Edwin Encarnacion has been ejected from the game. He is still listed up on the scoreboard in his spot. Obviously he's gone, but we may not find out officially until his spot comes up again who's taken over for him. Whether it is the bench today consists of Travis, Goins, Tolle, and Lake.
We could guess, can't we?
We could sure. Firstly, the worst thing that happens is we're wrong. We're used to that.
Tolle, no, it's not going to be him. Backup catcher.
Tulowitzki lines one into left center. That's a base hit. First base runner of the afternoon for the Jays.
You might not use your backup outfielder, so you're going to use one of those infielders to take over right there. That cutter got a little bit too much of the plate, and Tulo's been a little bit more aggressive since coming off the disabled list, and the batting average keeps going up. Able to reach this one, go down and get it.
I don't like the cutter for one reason, especially to right-handed hitters, because basically it's a cut fastball. So what you're doing is you're sacrificing velocity. Why not use your 4-seam fastball and just locate it better? And it might be a couple of miles an hour harder. If you want a breaking ball down and away, throw him a slider.
Here's Justin Smoke. Do you like the cutter in on the hands of a left-handed batter?
Absolutely. That's where it was made. It's a surprise pitch. And pitchers have used it too much. I think you have to use it, maybe once an inning and surprise somebody with 2 strikes.
To lefties. Righties, we've seen a lot of front door cutters this year, and they've been hit hard.
You mean ones at the hip of the right-handed batter that leak out over the middle of the plate?
Leak out over the middle plate. Goes right to the barrel of the bat.
There's one that catches the inside corner against Smoke, and the count is 0-2.
Now, see, the effects of that one is it starts inner quarter of the plate and then breaks inside. But again, if you use it again, Smoke's aware of it, he can get the barrel out. It's a little bit slower than his fastball. Yan Gomes compared Josh Tomlin to Sean Markham, former pitcher of the Blue Jays. He said he's a baseball player. He understands the running game. He understands how to diffuse a hitter at the plate, and he never tries to muscle up on pitches.
2-seam fastball that broke back over the inside corner. Smoke didn't like the call. The 5th strikeout in 2 innings for Josh Tomlin.
Time national boxing champion Mandy Bujold, who successfully defended her Pan Am Games title here at Toronto 2015. Listen, Mandy, you just missed out on the London Olympics, but thanks to the American Continental Qualifier, you are off to Rio. Tell us what your schedule is going to be between now and when you head off to Brazil.
So I'm actually fighting next week in Toronto, so that'll be my last competition before we head off to Rio. But other than that, it's full-out training mode, and I have a girl coming from Ireland for some sparring, and it's just, you know, focusing on the training right now.
Well, speaking of the competition there in Rio, who's your toughest competition? Who is the young lady you're going to have to keep your eye on?
I would say Nicola Adams from England. She just recently won the world title, so she's definitely going to be one of the favorites there. But all 12 girls that have qualified are world-class athletes, and anyone can come away with the gold medal. So it's going to be good competition.
All right, Mandy Bujold from Kitchener, Ontario. I hope you know you're going to have the entire country supporting you there in Rio. Good luck, Mandy.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dan, back to you.
All right, Hazel, thank you. Absolutely. A treat to have so many Olympians and Paralympic athletes on the field as part of the Canada Day ceremony before the game today. Wishing them all the best in Rio.
It was very cool. They were on the foul line during the national anthems with the team. It was really a great tribute to their abilities. Boy, Stroman, he's made some nice adjustments, Pat. We have seen him really conscious of keeping his hands moving so he can get on top of the ball, and he's talked about the limitations he faces because of his lack of height.
Right, that he can't pitch up in the strike zone, he can't use a four-seam fastball, but when you can get the ball like that, if you can get your hand on top of the ball, you're going to get much better sink on the fastball.
That's the two-seam fastball that has become such a big part of his arsenal last year and this year.
Just not a lot of movement, and I love it from what we see from him, trying to get that glove, get the ball out of his glove a little bit quicker, eliminate some of those extra moves with his arms and his leg.
You can see where his misses are on pitch tracks, down out of the zone. If he doesn't make a good pitch, he's missing out of the zone.
Now to backdoor him with a breaking ball there, and it's fouled back as Santana stays alive at 2-2.
Terry Francona had a great quote about Santana. He's not really your typical leadoff type of hitter, but he says regardless of where they hit, they're all good hitters, and good hitters can make you look smarter. And he has made him look smart.
Driven to center field over the head of Pilar. Santana on his way to second and in there with a leadoff double.
Well, that's one of the few times that Pilar didn't get a good read on that ball, and instead of turning and running toward the center field fence, he drifted on that ball, and that ball carried more than he anticipated and carried right over his head. Watch his break top of the screen as he turns, and he never gets turned fully all the way around where he can run full speed. If he turns and heads toward the track immediately, he can make this catch.
So a leadoff double for the Indians here in the third, and now here's Kipnis. Grounded out his first time up, shows bunt, and he takes just outside for ball one. You can see from Russell Martin's body language that he's been unhappy with the strike zone when he's been catching Marcus Stroman. He has framed some pitches, held them for an extra beat or two, pointed out at Stroman to say, I thought it was a strike. And that one just low for ball two.
Now, Russell's in the best position to help out Stroman because he can converse with Vic Carapazza and say, hey, man, what do you think about that pitch? What do I need to do to get that to be a strike? And the best way to do it certainly is with Sugar. You want to have a nice, sensible conversation with Carapazza and say, hey, Vic, I think that's a pretty good pitch. What do you see it? Where is it to you? Is it off the plate? Can I make a better catch of it? Let me work it out with you. Let's see how we can work on this strike zone.
Ground ball that'll get through into center field, a base hit. Santana is getting the wave and will come in to score. Kipnis has extended his hitting streak to 13 now, and the Indians have a 1-0 lead.
He's also driven in his 46th run out of the second spot in that lineup. Just trying to move that runner. He moves him all the way to home with that base hit up the middle. Just out of the reach of Darwin Barney. Trying to knock that ball down and keep it on the infield and keep Santana from scoring.
Here's Lindor. There's that two-seam fastball. It's in for a strike, 0-1. Lindor with a base hit his first time up, raising his average up 3 points to 307 now on the season. Has some power, as you can see, 10 home runs. We're just about at the midway point of the season. That's pretty good pop for a 22-year-old shortstop.
Well, how about a 22-year-old anything hitting third in the lineup?
Yep.
I think we're seeing an influx of great young talent all around baseball now. 22, 23-year-olds having prominent spots in lineups all over baseball. Betts and Bogarts and Machado and Seager, just they're everywhere now, and their organizations are doing a great job of allowing them to assume prominent places, not only defensively but in the lineup as well.
Trout and Harper are the old guys.
That's
now.
what I was going to say.
Yeah, they're the old guys.
They're like
now.
24. Yeah. And a swing and a miss on a slider down and in to get him.
This Blue Jays Rogers 4K broadcast is powered by the Samsung 4K SUHD TV.
Second game of a 4-game series between the Blue Jays and the Cleveland Indians. The Indians winning 4-1 last night, up 1-0 here in the third inning today. Run in this inning on the RBI single by Jason Kipnis. And Mike Napoli is the batter. Let me ask you guys about the pitch selection of Marcus Stroman. It seems to be almost entirely sinker slider at this point. He used to throw more pitches, it seems, more frequently than he does now. Is that true? And why do you think great slider there? And why do you think he's gotten away from some of those pitches?
I think he tried to master too many pitches. He was cutting the ball, four-seaming it, sinking it. Now basically you need 3 pitches. You need a breaking ball, a fastball, and a changeup. And he's focused on the two-seam fastball. He's got his slider working well now. And we haven't seen too many changeups yet. Minimize the arsenal.
Another good slider, and he gets Napoli for the second out.
I'm with you on that one. You got to be able to master, number one, your fastball. You have to be able to throw fastball command and throw it where you need to. I think that has eluded Marcus over the last 7 or 8 starts or so. Being able to throw that sinker or that fastball where you want to, and then throwing the slider where you want to. Curveball, he was throwing that. He was throwing a changeup. He was trying to cut the ball.
Two-seam fastball over the outside edge for a called strike to Jose Ramirez.
I don't care how hard you throw it. If you make good pitches, you're going to get guys out.
A high fly ball into right field, playable for Carrera, and the inning is over. The Indians get a run off Stroman. Will go to the bottom of the third at Rogers Center on Canada Day, a 1-0 Cleveland lead. Jamie, thank you. Pilar leads off the bottom of the third. The Indians lead the Blue Jays 1-0. Josh Tomlin has 5 strikeouts through 2 innings. 4 of them called third strikes. 2 of them debatable. One of them may be debatable at best. That got Edwin Encarnacion tossed out of the game. It'll be Pilar, Darwin Barney, and then back to the top of the order for Ezequiel Carrera. Pilar hitting .257 with 7 home runs on the season. There's the matching Red Sox to go with the Canada Day red jersey today.
A couple of subtle changes in their Canada Day uniform, including their names on the back. In the past, they would simply put Canada on the back of the jersey. Today, they put their names on it. They've added the belts and the socks.
Tomlin flipping in a pretty good curveball there to jump out in front 1-2.
Well, Pat, you were talking about velocity, and this is another example of how Tomlin has learned the value of location, changing speeds, and mastering basically 3 pitches.
You don't have to throw 95 miles an hour to get guys out. His fastball's hit, what, 89, maybe 90?
Down to third, and Ramirez up with it to get Pilar 1 down.
Let's take a little closer look at Josh Tomlin, what he throws and what he will feature. Pitch usage and velocity. There's the fastball 41% of the time, and he will cut it. Add that up with the cutter, and you're going to get a lot of fastballs. Just 85 to 88 miles an hour. Flipping a curveball early in the count like that to get ahead, and then the changeup. Tell you what, he uses that fastball, puts it in a good spot, and just does not walk anybody.
And he did not break camp in the rotation for the Indians. He was supposed to make his first start April the 10th. That was postponed due to weather, so he didn't make his season debut with the Indians until the 16th of April. Kind of feels like Estrada last year. You know, and another guy like Estrada who doesn't throw that hard but has found a way to be successful. It's a cutter instead of a changeup, really, is another pitch for Tomlin. He's got the curveball as well. Doesn't throw the changeup nearly as much as Estrada does, but a guy who's having great success. Expectations weren't that big coming into the season for him.
I'll tell you, if I'm building a team and I'm a general manager, I'm looking for these type of pitchers to be my starters. Guys like Marco Estrada, Josh Tomlin. Back in the day, Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux, guys who don't throw hard. Mark Burley, but they throw a lot of strikes and they can go through a lineup 3 times. I'm getting my 95-plus guys and putting them in the back end of my bullpen and using them in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning.
Plus, guys like Tomlin and Estrada and Burley will stay healthy.
They don't break down. It's not a maximum effort type of delivery.
Shot into right field, a base hit for Barney. Second hit of the afternoon for the Blue Jays.
Well, the Blue Jays now, one time through the order, have seen the fact that Tomlin's going to throw a lot of pitches away, and Barney picked up on that and just stayed on the ball and took what Tomlin gave him, a pitch away, stroked it into right.
So Barney aboarded first with 1 out. Back to the top of the order for Ezequiel Carrera, who saw 3 pitches, took 3 pitches, and then took a seat against Tomlin back in the first inning. A couple of fastballs and then a curveball. In on the grass at third is Ramirez. Should Carrera decide to maybe drop a bunt down, trying for a base hit.
He has been known to do that, but in this situation with a runner at first base, this is a perfect time to try and yank a ball through that hole on the right side.
Still haven't received official word, but I think there's our answer about who's going to take Encarnacion's spot as the DH. Devin Travis will be inserted into the lineup. Bat third in DH after Encarnacion was ejected after his at bat in the first inning.
Here's that hole on the right side. You got a quick glimpse of that. Take one of those cutters and you can get on top of the plate if you want to. Look for that ball and just try and yank it through that hole.
Woo! 0-2. Carrera's unhappy.
Got the Blue Jays talking to themselves. He thought that ball was off the plate.
I think you got to give Tomlin and Gomes some credit for exploiting the strike zone that they're being given so far. Doesn't mean they've all been the right calls or fair from a Blue Jay perspective, but the Indians are taking advantage of that wide strike zone.
And the Blue Jays need to pick up on that.
I mean, as hitters, guys, you got to get more in swing mode when you see a strike zone like this.
Absolutely. And it's, you know, they've seen now 10 at bats in this game, and Tomlin is going to expand. And yeah, you don't want to chase a lot of balls, but at the same time, if those borderline pitches are going to be called strikes, you've got to make adjustments.
Be ready to swing. I think that's the message that the Blue Jays should take up to the plate today. Just be ready to swing. He's going to be around the plate. The strike zone is to the pitcher's advantage. Let it go.
One and two the count. Barney the lead at first. And a ground ball to short. Should be 2. And it is to end the inning. So a base hit, but that base runner is erased. Tomlin pitching well, and we're at the end of 3. 1-0 Indians.
Cycling calendar, the 103rd edition of the Tour de France. It goes July 2nd through 24th. You can watch it on Sportsnet and Sportsnet 1. Dan, a lot of folks asking why the roof isn't open today. Well, it isn't pouring yet, but we've been hearing some very loud booms of thunder, which probably explains why we're playing indoors today.
Well, better safe than sorry. Packed house, a complete sellout here at Rogers Center on this Canada Day under controlled conditions with the roof closed this afternoon. The Indians getting a run in the 3rd. They lead 1-0 as they come up in the top of the 4th. A run on 4 hits for the Indians, no runs, 2 hits, and an error for the Blue Jays. The error did not figure into the scoring. And it'll be Lonnie Chisenhall, the right fielder, to lead it off. Came into the game hitting .340 over his last 32 games. Another example of a guy who has maybe done more than was expected of him. A pleasant surprise, if you will. He is swinging the bat extremely well for the Indians as he hits one down to first. Bit of a tricky hop there for Smoke for out number 1.
The checkered flag event is back, celebrating over 50 years of racing heritage in every Honda. Now is a great time to get into the all-new Civic.
Dan Shulman, Buck Martinez, Pat Tabler, Marcus Stroman on the mound for the Blue Jays today. Came in with a 6-4 record, a 5.33 ERA. This is his 17th start of the season. First 8 by and large were really good. Last 8 by and large not so good. He's had 2 good ones in those last 8 starts, but his ERA has climbed as he's gotten the ball up and has been hit hard. Better so far today. The double off the bat of Santana was on a breaking ball that he hung, and it got hit off the center field wall. The Kipnis base hit was a ground ball that found a hole just to the right of a diving Barney out at second base. And then after that, to Stroman's credit, strikeout, fly ball to get out of the inning and minimize the damage.
I think Marcus is learning who he is as a pitcher. There's another good pitch right there. He had success early in his career. Now he's been around for just a little bit. There's a little bit more video. Talk gets around the league on what he throws. And then adjustments have to be made. You can see here 16 starts this year. The first 8 were outstanding. The last 8 not so much.
Well, in the league, once they see a young man comes in the league and has success early on, they're going to start to study him more and say, okay, where is he vulnerable? What does he do that we can take advantage of? And Marcus has now counteracted some of those moves, and today he's been much sharper than we've seen for a long time.
Much sharper. His breaking ball, he's throwing more breaking balls, which he has to. And fall in love with that sinker at times. You got to put that thought in their mind, that breaking ball thought. And I think he's understanding who he is now as a pitcher. Hey, I can't do this, and when I do, this is what's going to happen.
Ground ball over the mound. On to first, just in time. Barney with a nice play to get Naquin. And a very good inning for Stroman as the Indians go 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the 4th. Good play by a charging Darwin Barney at second base. The Indians nothing across. The Blue Jays coming up.
Here, and it is now time for the ALCS matchup as the Blue Jays take on the Kansas City Royals next week, July 4th through 6th, right here at Rogers Center. For tickets, go to BlueJays.com, and the Royals and Blue Jays should be a good series, Dan. The Blue Jays hoping to get back to the playoffs again.
Certainly hoping to do that. The defending World Series champion Royals are in town next week. Then the Tigers after that, leading up to the All-Star break. Bottom 4, Josh Donaldson will lead it off for the Blue Jays, who are down 1-0. Donaldson called out on strikes in the first inning.
You know who's hot for Kansas City? Kendrys Morales. 16 hits in his last 6 games.
Suffered another injury, though, right? Lorenzo Cain suffering a hamstring injury.
He's out.
Mike Moustakas is out for the season. The starting pitching has been terrible for the Royals this year.
Well, the Royals have allowed 51 home runs in June, so that plays well into the Blue Jays' hand as they're going to make their way here on Monday.
Oh-2. Down and away with a breaking ball.
Look at Donaldson look back at the umpire after that pitch was called the ball. Just a slight little glance back.
And the crowd is cheering.
Vic Carapazza was the home plate umpire in Game 2 of the division series last year against the Texas Rangers. Here, a 14-inning game won by the Rangers 6-4. 2-2, and Donaldson hits one off the end of the bat out to Kipnis at second for the first out. And Reading a story on sportsnet.ca written by Arden Swelling. There was some frustration with his strike zone then. Marcus Stroman happened to be the starting pitcher for the Blue Jays, and according to the story, Stroman was visibly frustrated by some of the calls that didn't go his way, enough to draw a visit from Russell Martin. Martin said, quote, "I told him I would take care of it. I tried to talk to Carapazza, but I don't think it worked." But the story goes on to say that in that game, that both teams felt the strike zone was tight. There's a base hit into right field for Devin Travis, who has taken over as the DH for Edwin Encarnacion. The strike zone certainly has not been tight in this game.
No. Strike zone is go up there and swing it, and that's exactly what Devin Travis does. Gets a little cutter. There's the spin of the baseball. You can see that ball just cutting away from the barrel of the bat. Devin gets enough of the bat on it and fights it off into the outfield for a base hit. He, of course, was hitting for Edwin Encarnacion.
Although the story says the strike zone was tight, the Blue Jays were called out on strikes 7 times in that game. So that doesn't lend itself to it being tight. But there you can read the quotes from players on both teams, some of whom are definitely trying to avoid a fine. But there were a lot of no comments, and I don't want to get in trouble, but there was definitely frustration with the Carapazza strike zone on the appeal down to third, no swing.
Well, the Blue Jays see Vic Carapazza a lot in spring training. He lives in the Clearwater area, and they keep the umpires close to home so they don't have to travel a lot. So they see Vic a lot.
Michael Saunders popped up his first time up. At first base, Travis with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Shift on for the Indians. And Saunders takes outside, ball 2.
There's the shift right there. You've got 3 infielders on the right side. We see teams defend Michael Saunders differently. Generally, they'll have those 3 on the infield. If there's a ground ball to Kipnis, that's going to be an interesting double play attempt. Lindor, the shortstop, is going to have to come across the bag at a different angle.
Swing and a miss. Just finishing up this game story from last year. To be fair, it appears as if both teams were equally frustrated with the strike zone. Not trying to imply in any way that it was one-sided. Jeff Bannister, the manager of the Rangers after the game, was asked about some of his players being frustrated with the strike zone, and he said, quote, "some of my players." So the Rangers were as unhappy with it as the Blue Jays were. This game 2 of the division series last year. If you weren't with us earlier, Edwin Encarnacion was called out on a pitch that appeared to be 2-3 inches off the plate outside. He must have said something because he was quickly ejected. Then in the aftermath of that, there was a slight bump. Close play and Travis back. Encarnacion did make a little bit of contact with Carapazza, who talked about that right away and basically tried to get him to give him some space. And then John Gibbons came out and he was tossed, and that's why you saw that shot of DeMarlo Hale. He is the acting manager right now after John Gibbons' 6th ejection of the season. John Gibbons back in 2005 and Bobby Cox in 1984 hold the, I guess, Blue Jay record, if you will, for most ejections in a season by a manager, each with 8.
Bobby Cox got ejected.
I know, shocking.
Yeah.
Isn't he the all-time leader?
He is.
Yeah, he's the all-time leader. He was so intense. And then after the game, cool and calm.
The 2-2. Strike 3 called, and now Saunders is livid.
Both of the teams have got to adjust to the strike zone. This one's going to be another cutter, but it's up. And you can see the frustration from Michael Saunders, but you're going to have to adjust. Those are strikes today. You're going to have to swing.
So 6 strikeouts for Tomlin. 5 of them have been on a called 3rd strike. Strike 1 taken by Russell Martin. Martin in the unique perspective, of course, Buck, as you well know, of being both a hitter and a catcher. So now he's having a conversation right now with the Vic Carapazza, and he's probably saying, like, either don't give him that one or give my pitcher that one. But
he's fighting for Marcus Stroman right there.
See Napoli keeping that glove on Travis at first base, and that's a product of instant replay. There's no question about that, where defensive players will maintain the tag on a base runner even though they're on the base, hopeful that their momentum will take them off.
Opposing teams seem to think Devin Travis is a bit more of a threat than he is.
He has
draws
one
a lot
stolen
of
base. He stole third base in Boston. He was 1 for 1. That's the only time he's run. And it was a very easy stolen base for him, as it was a situation where they were deep on the middle infield. He stole third base easily. That was against the Red Sox. Only steal of the season.
Good base runner, but not a base stealer. This part of his career. Pretty decent lead over there at first base.
Woo! 0-2. The Blue Jays have sent 45 batters to the plate last night and today, and 23 of them have struck out. 17 strikeouts last night, 6 already here today.
Last night they couldn't figure out the split changeup from Carrasco. He got a lot of swings and misses with that pitch. The righties and the lefties. So far today they haven't been able to figure out the strikes though.
Carrasco threw a slider to Josh Donaldson and he hit it out of the ballpark to center field. So after that he said, I'm not throwing that anymore, and he went to the fastball changeup and it was very effective.
Count remains 0-2 on Russell Martin. Troy Tulowitzki on deck should the inning continue. Another throw to first, and this time Travis back rather easily.
See, another thing you don't see in the game today, when hitters get 2 strikes, they don't choke up, they don't move up on the plate, and here's a guy that's a perfect pitcher to do that against. He doesn't throw 90 miles an hour. Choke up on the bat, move up on the plate, and just protect the strike zone.
Shorten your swing just a little bit. See if you can let that ball travel.
It doesn't happen anymore.
Just so you don't strike out, put the ball in play.
One of my favorite conversations of all time was with Yogi Berra and Joe Torre in Joe's office in New York. I said, Yogi, what was your hitting philosophy? Hit the fastball till you get 2 strikes and then protect the plate.
Sounds simple enough, right?
Yeah, worked pretty well for him. 1-2 the count. Martin lines one up the alley into right center. It'll drop for a base hit. Around to third on the play is Travis.
Ronnie Chisenhall is in right field for the Cleveland Indians. He's a committed from third base. He used to be a third baseman. He's converted from there, and you can see his route is not very good. He's in between. Should I go after this ball, or should I try and stay back on the ball? Not really sure on this turf what he was supposed to do. With 2 outs, I think he should go and get the ball. He's going to be backed up by Naquin, but Chisenhall played back on that ball and it bounces in for a hit.
Well, Russell covered the outside pitch, probably hit it off the end of the bat, but with this strike zone today, you can't take anything close.
So runners on the corners now with 2 down for Troy Tulowitzki, who had a base hit into left center his first time up. The noise and the energy starting to come back into the ballpark now here in the bottom of the 4th.
He just looks like he's ready to hit, doesn't he now?
Yeah, it's been a lot better since he's come off the DL. He's more aggressive. It seems as though he's cleared his mind. Like he's just not worrying about so much philosophy, just trying to pick up the baseball and put a good swing on it.
Keep things as simple as possible. He was talking when Toronto was out in Colorado, he was talking about his transition to the American League, and he said, I had to learn all new pitchers. He's the kind of guy who can analyze things, but he needs a lot of information. And he just didn't have the information when he got traded over here.
He played 10 years with the Rockies. He knew every pitcher in the National League, and every time he saw him, he had a pretty good idea what he might get.
Here, you got to do it. The whole thing all over again. Let me see what the starters have. Let me see what the relievers have.
And the Tulo chant starts reverberating around Rogers Center. 3-0. Do you turn him loose?
Absolutely. He's had too mumuch success as a hitter. He knows what he can hit hard, and he's had a good look at Tomlin in this at bat.
Yeah, you got to give him the option. He's been around. Give him the option. John Gibbons is very good at that, letting guys swing 3-0.
Down and away, ball 4. Just the 9th walk given up this season by Tomlin, and the bases are loaded.
And this is a tough ball game to issue a walk-in.
Unless he was trying. Maybe he was trying. He didn't want to have any part of Troy Tulowitzki and said, I'll take my chances with Justin Smoke.
He struck out Smoke back in the 2nd inning. Smoke is 0 for 6 now in his career against Josh Tomlin. Big situation.
Be ready for that first pitch. He's going to want to get ahead of you. 0-1.
Smoke thought it was outside. Pitch track says it was as well, but it's another called strike. Again, it's been a big strike zone, and as you guys have said, the hitters have to adjust. Tomlin has really exploited that. He has pitched on and off the edges all afternoon. There's a better pitch to hit, but Smoke swings through it. 0-2. Curveball in the dirt, blocked by Gomes.
Tough to guess location or pitch right here with 2 strikes. You know it's going to be around the plate. I think you got to just look for the baseball.
I think he's going to throw him another curveball. Fresh in his mind. He threw a good one there, but Smoke wouldn't chase it. I don't think we've seen him throw back-to-back curveballs today.
Struck him out on a 2-seam fastball inside corner his first time out. But out on the outfield turf is Kipnis to make the play. And the Blue Jays will leave the bases loaded here in the 4th inning. They're down 1-0 to the Indians. Good thing we've got a roof here today at Rogers Center. It is coming down in buckets outside. Time now for a Blue Jays Central update. Here are Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn from the Samsung Broadcast Studio.
Of Canadians affiliated with MLB teams and playing professional baseball in North America. How gratifying is it for you, Greg, and your coaching staff to see such an accomplished list of young men?
Very gratifying. I mean, it's like these kids here, they're all dreaming, and now they have a realistic dream, and seeing guys before them that are having success at the highest levels of the game and being rewarded for their talents as Canadian baseball players. It's tremendously gratifying.
How much has the recent Blue Jays success done and meant for your program?
It's invaluable. I mean, the opportunity opportunity to have the game exposed from coast to coast with young kids, the next generation of baseball players. They can dream, it's realistic, and they see the enthusiasm, full stadiums, and Canadian superstars as part of that process is tremendous.
Well, the baseball program in Canada is alive and thriving thanks to you, Greg, thanks to the coaching staff, and thanks to these promising young men. Dan, back to you.
Hazel, thank you. Yeah, so maybe the next Russell Martin or Michael Saunders is in the ballpark here today. As Rajai Davis leads off the inning with a ground ball. Sliding stop, Barney back to his feet and on to first to get him. One down.
Darwin Barney won a Gold Glove playing second base for the Chicago Cubs in 2012, but he still says his favorite position is shortstop. He was a shortstop throughout his high school and college career. Made the transition in the minor leagues with the Cubs and obviously played very well. Gets a good break on this ball.
I asked him about his Gold Glove. He says it's on his trophy case. And I said, well, do you have a Gold Glove? He says, no, I use a Wilson glove. So Rawlings, who's what sponsors the Gold Glove, says they don't give him a Rawlings the Gold Glove like you see on Russell Martin on his chest protector and on his glove. He says, I like the Wilson glove better.
7 in a row now set down by Stroman. Of the 13 outs he's gotten today, 7 of them have been on the ground. The guy at the plate, Carlos Santana, though, has arguably the biggest hit of the game, a double to straightaway center field to lead off the third. He would come in on an RBI single, a ground ball base hit off the bat of Jason Kipnis. That ball will stay fair, and Santana's retired, 2 down.
This is a very good outing for Marcus Stroman to this point because he's getting a lot of soft contact. He's getting a lot of balls hit on the ground, and this is where he needs to pitch, down in the zone, and he's made enough adjustments with the velocity to create indecision in the hitter's mind.
Yes, he's changing speeds with that pitch now.
So 2 down quickly here in the 5th inning, and here's Kipnis. Slider for a strike to Kipnis, who extended his hitting streak to 13 games with that base hit back in the 3rd. Unusual way that he sets up with the bat parallel to the ground at the beginning until he raises it above his shoulder.
Showing a little bit more power this year. 11 home runs. That's 5 more than he hit all of last season.
We saw him last year, and he had a terrible start to the season. In April, he hit under 200, and when the Blue Jays went in there right at the end of April, they got him hot, and he really started to take off from that point.
Put him in the leadoff spot against the Blue Jays right at the end of April, beginning of May last year.
Another ground ball right back to the mound, and the inning is over. 9 in a row now set down by Marcus Stroman. To the bottom of the 5th, the Blue Jays coming up down 1-0.
In sports, check out Ivanka Osmak and Ken Reed on Sportsnet Central. They go weeknights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. They've got you covered every weekday night. Guys, very fun, very enjoyable watching Ken and Ivanka night in, night out.
Sure is, and don't know if they're working tonight, holiday, but a lot to cover between Canada Day baseball here. NHL free agency, of course. Kevin Pillar will lead off the bottom of the fifth. The Blue Jays down 1-0. Hits are even at 4 apiece as Pillar fouls one off. He grounded out his first time up. It'll be Pillar, Darwin Barney, and then back to the top of the order for Ezekiel Carrera. The Blue Jays' best opportunity came in the 4th inning. They eventually loaded the bases with 2 outs. Justin Smoak grounded out to end the inning. Tomlin just kind of messing with your timing, keeping you off stride. And as you said, Tabby, there's no real pattern. Tough to predict what he's going to do.
No pattern, and just like Carrasco last night, Carlos Carrasco was making good pitches with good stuff, and he had the 14 strikeouts. Josh Tomlin was making good pitches this afternoon. He's pitching. He's not throwing. Like you see a lot of guys, they go up there and they just overpower you. They try to overthrow the baseball. He's just pitching.
Curveball hit down the left field line. This will get back out of play into the seats.
These were the toughest types of hitters, or excuse me, pitchers to hit. The guys who had no pattern. They had 3 or 4 different pitches that they could throw at any time, and they just mess with your timing. The easiest guys to hit were the guys who threw hard and threw a lot of fastballs. Big league hitters can turn around a fastball.
Off the end of the bat, that's a base hit. Pillar reaching out and poking it the other way for a leadoff single.
Make your renovation a cut above during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
Now the Blue Jays with their 5th hit of the game here as they try to somehow find a way to scratch across a run against Tomlin.
4 of them to right field. You have to go the other way against Tomlin. You have to stay on the pitch away and go the other way and hope that he makes a mistake later on at some point.
Darwin Barney is the batter. He had a base hit to right field his first time up. Middle infielders at double play depth for the Indians. And Ramirez in on the edge of the grass at third. Short lead by Pillar, who has 6 steals on the season. Would you like to see him moving here with the Blue Jays struggling to string together some hits and get some runs in this series?
Well, he's not going to walk anybody, right? Just doesn't walk anybody.
Yep.
He's going to be around the plate. You can play hit and run here if you want.
Yeah, it's a perfect guy to hit and run against. First of all, he doesn't throw hard. He can't blow it by you. He's going to be around the plate. He will give you something that you can put the bat on the ball. And by moving Pillar at first, you're going to open up a hole on the infield.
Darwin's a guy who can handle the bat. Gomes is tough to run on also. Threw out 9 of 27 this year.
Now, I don't know that I would try a straight steal, but in this situation with this combination of Barney and Pillar, you can start the runner. You can play hit and run.
Into center field, a base hit. Back-to-back singles for the Blue Jays to open up the bottom of the 5th.
And now you've got some speed on the bases, and you can use the bunt right here if you want to. Off-speed pitch, curveball. Darwin Barney stays back on that one. He doesn't commit too early, stay back, rifles that ball into center field.
If you're thinking about pulling the pitch on that pitch, you swing and miss it. So Darwin, who had a base hit to right his first time up, thinking middle of the diamond or opposite field, was able to hit a pretty good curveball.
So let's see what DeMarlo Hale / John Gibbons has in mind here in this situation. DeMarlo Hale, the acting manager after Gibbons was ejected in the first inning. Ezekiel Carrera is the batter. Creeping into third is Jose Ramirez. Will the bunt be on? He shows and gets it down. Nobody's at third. Throw to first in time to get Carrera. But the sacrifice will advance the runners.
You know, on the bunt play, the first and second bunt play, the shortstop's going to tell you what kind of defense that they are going to be in. Carrera does a good job of laying that one down. Lindor, the shortstop, it looked like they were going to try and get the runner at third base. Watch him at shortstop start to take off but then go back. So third base, there's nobody there. It's almost like the pitcher Tomlin thought that they had the wheel play on and that they were going to try and get the runner at third base. He has to double clutch and then makes a good play to get the runner out at first.
So the sacrifice means second and third, one out. Now you've got Josh Donaldson. You don't have Edwin Encarnacion behind him. Devin Travis is a very good hitter, but he's not Edwin Encarnacion. The Indians maybe, are they talking about how carefully to pitch to Donaldson?
Absolutely. Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, is out to say, listen now, you got Donaldson at the plate and no Edwin Encarnacion. This is a totally different approach. Donaldson was called out on a high pitch earlier, and Josh is coming off a great month of June. When you look at what he did, he hit nearly 370 for the month. He drove the ball all over the place, drove in 24 runs, and Encarnacion drove in 30, and he was on base nearly half the time he came to the plate.
And this is why you got to put him on. They're not even going to pitch to him.
This doesn't happen if Edwin's still in the game.
No, not at all.
Yeah, now Devin Travis has had a base hit since he's come in to replace Encarnacion. As all Blue Jay fans know, Travis is swinging a really solid bat right now.
But if Edwin is behind Donaldson in this situation, Tomlin has such command that he can throw borderline pitches and maybe get Donaldson to chase. Now with Devin Travis, you don't even take a chance.
Here's ball four. If you weren't with us in the first inning, here's what led to Edwin Encarnacion getting tossed.
Pitches on the border, on the outside. Edwin thought it was off the plate. You can see he's saying what he wants to say and then starts to walk back to the dugout and then gets thrown out. Bumps him just a little bit, puts his hands behind his back, and then John Gibbons intercedes.
He was upset about strike three. He was really upset when he got tossed out. That's what took his anger to another level. John Gibbons got tossed out as well. Big moment here for Devin Travis with the bases loaded and one out. Tomlin got a pitch up, and it's popped up down the right side and will wind up back in the seats out of play.
Blue Jays have had the bases loaded now 2 innings in a row. We left them stranded last inning. They got the right guy at the plate. He makes contact, doesn't strike out a lot, and he uses the whole field. You said it earlier, Buck, that Josh Tomlin, the way he pitches, is a perfect pitcher for Devin Travis.
Yeah, he doesn't have a real off-speed pitch. Everything is about the same velocity, and everything is on the outer half.
Everything is away, and that pitches right into his strength. Pitchers think they can get Travis away. You can see he's off the plate.
Another pitch that missed the location there. Gomes had set up off the outside corner, and that ball was up and over the heart of the plate.
Devin understands who he is. He's not thinking about things dramatically here in this at-bat, but he's hit .444 in 9 career at-bats with the bases loaded. 4 for 9 with a grand slam.
So now Travis just trying to protect, get into battle mode here with the count 0-2. Did he go? He did not on the appeal down to first. Man, with the naked eye, that was close.
Now the Indians are giving DJ Rayburn the gears from the dugout. Okay, I hear you. The normal holler from that dugout would be if he hits it, it's a double. He checked his swing, and the Blue Jays may have gotten one there.
Gomes with a lot of movement behind the plate. Remember Benito Santiago used to do a lot of that. Pretend he's going inside and then slide away at the last second. He's patted his glove. He scrapes his glove in the dirt, trying to decoy the hitter a little bit.
You get that reputation, that's not going to do anything. I think it'll give away what you're trying to do.
Good pitch there, and Travis fights it off.
Yeah, he put it in a good spot. You can see number 5 down and away, and it's a tough ball to get to, but even more difficult to get airborne.
Evan had a tough day in Colorado the other day against the lefty. They threw him a lot of changeups, and with 2 strikes, they threw that changeup out of the strike zone. He just couldn't lay off of it.
The count remains 2-2. Big moment here in the bottom of the 5th. Again on the appeal, and this time he went. DJ Rayburn punches out Travis for out number 2.
They had to go upstairs. They thought they had him a couple pitches ago, so they go right back in there. Fastball up and in, and that time he went.
7 strikeouts for Tomlin today. That'll match his season high. Bases loaded, 2 down for Michael Saunders. 0 for 2, a pop-up and a strikeout. Saunders unhappy again. This has been a theme. Tomlin keeps starting Saunders with a pitch off the outside corner and keeps getting the call.
You got to shut that off if you're hitting right now. Expand that zone. One thing you can do is get up on top of the plate. Go the other way with it.
Big gap in left center field right now. Blue Jays have already left 4 men on here today, trailing 1-0. They're out hitting the Indians, but on the wrong end of the scoreboard. A little bit inside, a ball and a strike.
Yeah, Gomes has done a good job behind the plate. They threw that first pitch outside and got a call, probably 3 or 4 inches off the plate, but it's been a consistent strike all day. Then he comes inside off the plate. He's allowed to come right back inside on this pitch. One away.
Given the way things have gone today, that one could have gone either way, but it's taken outside for ball 2. Driven to center field, but right at Naquin to end the inning. The Blue Jays leave the bases loaded for the 2nd inning in a row and still trail 1-0.
To the ballpark, enjoying those big comfy green chairs in the TV comfort zone, and today we welcome guests of TD. Meantime, over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, who Dan did such a terrific job with the opening ceremony today.
They did, Barry, a terrific ceremony, unfurling of the giant Canadian flag. The military well represented here today on Canada Day at Rogers Center. We go to the top of the 6th inning. in a 1-0 game. The Indians leading, the only run of the game scoring on a Jason Kipnis RBI single that drove in Carlos Santana back in the third. Marcus Stroman has retired the last 9 batters he's faced. Generally speaking, has kept the ball down, has gotten a lot of ground balls. As he misses just down and away ball 1 to Francisco Lindor. Lindor, Napoli, and Ramirez, 3-4-5 in the Indians lineup. The leaders in the American League Central. The winners of 13 in a row. If they win today, it's the longest winning streak in Indians franchise history.
And it's an old franchise.
Yeah, talking about over 100 years of baseball. Good pitch there, 2-1.
You know, Marcus is making his 41st career start. And there are very few pitchers that have had a straight line progression to being a dominant pitcher. Young guys will come in like Brett Saberhagen and Doc Gooden and those guys, and they'll have a good start to their career, and then there's an adjustment period, and then they counteract the adjustments, and Marcus is going through that. But I like what I see today. I think he's made some real dramatic strides today. The quality of his pitches has improved dramatically. He hasn't made that pitch where all of a sudden out of nowhere it lands middle out over the plate, belt high. He's really focused on making quality pitches today, and I think it's been a good start.
Second in the American League with 7 wild pitches. I think that speaks to what you're saying right there, that he hasn't been able to command and control his pitches of late. He's throwing quality pitches. To me, it looked like over his last 8 starts that his windup, he was getting out of whack with his windup, and his release point wasn't very good. His timing was off, releasing the baseball.
Is this the, and I don't know if I want to use the word calmest or mellowest or whatever you want to say, is this the quietest Marcus Stroman you guys have seen on the mound?
Quiet's a good word.
Yeah.
That's a good word. And you remember last year, Mark Burley made a bet with him that he could go through a game without showing any emotions, and Burley said, I'll pump my fist one time if you promise not to show any emotion in your next start. Burley got a strikeout in the first inning and gave it a very subtle fist pump and looked into the dugout and said, okay, over to you, Marcus. Well, Marcus got his first strikeout the next game and pumped his fist and walked off the mound. And Marcus said afterwards, he said, I'll try next time. but I think you can see a different demeanor, and you know, I don't think he's lost his confidence. I think he's just said, I got to take care of business first and foremost. And any ball player, that's what your job is. You're out there to perform, and I think Marcus is doing a great job.
3-2 again. A high fly ball to left center field. Pilar has room.
The all-new Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
So now 10 in a row set down by Stroman. That'll bring up Mike Napoli, who's grounded out and struck out. 2 more games coming between the Indians and the Blue Jays over the weekend. Trevor Bauer on the mound tomorrow for the Indians. Marco Estrada for the Blue Jays, and then Corey Kluber and Jay Happ on Sunday. So 2 good pitching matchups still to come in this series. Stroman went a little kind of Jake Peavy leg kick follow through there on that pitch from out of nowhere.
Finish that pitch.
One and one the count on Napoli.
I don't like those kind of finishes because you're falling off towards first base. You want to stay on line towards home plate.
Boy, Napoli had a good rip at that one, fouled it straight back.
Napoli has 12 career home runs here at Rogers Center, and when the Blue Jays make mistakes pitching to him, they leave the ball away. He knows it, they know it. When they get the ball inside, it ties him up.
And they've had success doing that at times, pounding him inside. He got a broken bat in the first inning with the fastball inside.
Slider and a swing and a miss to get him. Strikeout number 5 for Stroman.
Second time he's got Napoli with that slider. He pitched inside. Russell did a good job of finishing off this at bat with that hard slider. And there's the quickness and the late break to that breaking ball. that's been missing for the last several starts.
Even in slow motion, that ball was spinning hard. Looks like a fastball coming in and then just drops.
Jose Ramirez will look at a strike. Boy, he's locked in right now. 11 in a row set down, going back to the third inning. Packed house at Rogers Center on Canada Day.
Another good breaking ball. You see that 87 miles an hour. That's his slider, and he'll throw a curveball from time to time, but it'll be around 80, 82 miles an hour. Another slider at 88, just down and in.
He's got to figure out how he wants to finish off this hitter right here. He jumped ahead with fastballs, missed a couple with his breaking ball. This is the pitch that you want to get him out with.
Ground ball, Smoke. Inning over. 12 in a row retired by Marcus Stroman. The Blue Jays coming up down 1-0 as we move to the bottom of the sixth.
With the #1 rated travel rewards card in Canada, the WestJet RBC World Elite MasterCard. Visit rbc.com/WestJet to apply today. And just a reminder, today's game is available with live described video for our blind and low vision audience. AMI TV Rogers Channel 888 allows you to enjoy the game with added accessible feature. Back to you, Dan.
Barry, thank you. To the bottom of the sixth inning, a 1-0 Indians lead over the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have left the bases loaded in each of the last 2 innings. They got them loaded with 2 down in the fourth. They had them loaded with 1 out in the fifth. Could not cash in either time. Big swing and a miss there by Russell Martin, and it's 1-1. It'll be Martin, Tulowitzki, and Smoke here in the sixth inning.
He's made to work the last couple of innings. They've really put a lot of pressure on Josh Tomlin. I think Terry Francona is sensing he's getting towards the end.
Good curveball there, 1-2.
Oh, he was very patient with that curveball. Didn't try to make it break, just allowed it to break, as you see Dan Otero. Otero loosening up for the Indians.
Back-to-back curveballs there, but he bounced it in.
He tried to make the second one better than the first one, and that never works. First one was pretty good.
Strike 3 called again. has got a beef now. That is the 8th strikeout of the day for Tomlin. 6 of them have been on called third strikes.
Yeah, and this was meant to be down and away, and Tomlin missed all the way up and in. And watch how the catcher sets up away. That ball is up and in and looks to be up and off the plate inside.
I guess one question I would have for you, Buck, as an ex-catcher, is Gomes made an obvious move with his glove after he caught the ball. So if the catcher doesn't think it's a strike, if the catcher, why does the umpire think it's a strike?
Yeah, I agree with you. Anytime I see a catcher move the glove, that tells me he thinks it's a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like the word framing. I don't like that. I think catchers catch the ball and let the umpire see it as it crosses the plate.
Tulowitzki retired on a fly ball to center.
But anytime a catcher moves his glove dramatically in an effort to get a strike call, I think that's a red flag. And you can see how, I mean, that's basically Little League.
That's a real obvious move after by the
And he was set up outside.
Yeah.
He starts out the pitch away, then he catches it and absolutely jerks the ball into the strike zone. To me, that's a red flag. I don't think it's a strike. I don't think it's a strike.
Smoke lifts a high fly ball deep left center field. Rajai Davis back, and it's gone. Tie ball game here at Rogers Center.
Justin Smoke had some problems with his knee, then with no DH in Colorado, so his playing time has been spared. 0 for his last 18. He breaks it in grand fashion with that home run. Looked like a fastball away, and if you're going to try and pull a pitch like this, you're going to hit a ground ball, but he stays behind it, takes that ball the other way. 8th home run of the season for Smoke.
Curveball grounded down to third. Up with it, Ramirez. And the inning is over. But the Blue Jays tie it on the home run by Smoke. 1-1 at the end of 6. Here comes the ultimate cleanup crew. Brought to you by Home Hardware's exclusive line of the ultimate hard-hitting and tough on-grime cleaning products. Crew chief John Hirschbeck between innings. DeMarlo Hale, the acting manager, after John Gibbons ejected in the first inning. DeMarlo came out and had a conversation with Vic Carapazza, and then John Hirschbeck, maybe sensing potential trouble, came in and kind of said to Vic, you know, I'll take it from here. And it appeared to be very cordial between DeMarlo Hale and John Hirschbeck, who's been around the game a long time, as people know. But there has been almost constant frustration with the strike zone today, and it seems that most of that frustration has come from the Blue Jays dugout. Lonnie Chisenhall leading off the 7th, and lines it the other way, a base hit. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Edwin Encarnacion tossed out for the first time this season. A 1-1 tie in the 7th inning. The Indians on a 13-game winning streak. Here's Yan Gomes. Fly ball to right field. Carrera drifting over towards the corner makes the catch. Out number 1. And Brett Cecil, who came back with a very good inning last night, is up again here this afternoon.
Yeah, he's a very important piece for this Blue Jays bullpen. He can handle lefties, he can handle righties. He had a good curveball last night and retired the first 3 he faced coming back.
The batter now, Tyler Naquin, a base hit in the 2nd, a ground out in the 4th. Stroman looking for another ground ball, maybe a chance to turn 2. Goes with a breaking ball in for a strike.
Well, it's been a good pitch for him this afternoon. That return of that breaking ball, everything has been down.
You can probably count on one hand the number of times he's gotten a pitch up, thigh high or belt high. He's really been down around the knees most of the game.
Yeah, and he deserves a lot of credit. He's put a lot of time in watching video, working down in the bullpen, trying to figure out what kind of set position is going to work, where he should hold his hands, what kind of leg kick he wants. He's made some good adjustments, and that's by design, and he delivers.
4-seam fastball that Martin called up in the zone. Out number 2.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by Honda. The checkered flag event is back, celebrating over 50 years of racing heritage in every Honda.
2 down here in the 7th inning, tied at 1 at Rogers Center. Stroman about to throw his 90th pitch of the ball game. The batter is Rajai Davis. Well, that slider to right-handed batters has been a devastating pitch for Stroman today.
It's been a late breaker too. It looks like a fastball, and then breaks out of the hitting zone.
Bounces off of Smoke, and no chance for a play at first because of the speed of Davis.
Smokes had a couple of tough hops down there. He made a good play earlier when the ball kicked back to his right unexpectedly, and watch how this ball kind of fools him. He goes in one direction and then it kicks back to the right again. Handcuffed him, and by that time no chance to get Davis.
The infielders have talked about that ball coming off the turf. That last bounce coming off the turf, having a lot of problems with it, and that's what looked like happened to Justin right there. That ball ricocheting off the turf and then off of his glove.
And still don't have a scoring on the play, whether it's a hit or an error. Either way, it's 1st and 2nd. Now we're told it is an error. So the 2nd error of the ball game charged to the Blue Jays. Donaldson committing an error earlier in the game. So 1st and 2nd, 2 down. And back to the top of the order for Carlos Santana, who doubled and scored the Indians' lone run back in the 3rd. Breaking ball for a strike. Stroman has not lost any velocity over the course of the afternoon. That last fastball to about 93. That's usually where he'll top out.
He hasn't lost any velocity because his delivery has been very consistent. He hasn't had to try to put extra effort in it to make good pitches. He's refined his delivery to the point where everything is smooth, and because of that, the effort has allowed him to pitch deeper into the game and maintain that same velocity.
The 2-1. Tried to backdoor him, but he missed. And the crowd, remembering all the pitches away that have not gone the Blue Jays' way today, they're unhappy. Stroman's unhappy. Carapazza said something to Stroman. Now Carapazza and Martin having a conversation. And to be fair, that one did appear to be a little bit further outside than the borderline pitches, if you will, that have gone the Indians' way today. But still, Stroman and Martin both really wanted the call on that, given the way things have gone today. And that is clearly outside for ball 4, and that's going to load him up.
I think if you're Marcus Stroman, you might want to step off the mound just a little bit, take a deep breath. He's not going to get a chance.
DeMarlo Hale is on his way out to the mound. The acting manager, the left-hander Brett Cecil, is up at the pen. Left-hand hitting Jason Kipnis is the next scheduled hitter, and that's going to be the end of the line for Stroman, as Cecil is already jogging in from the left field bullpen. A very nice outing for Marcus Stroman here today.
Is Canada's largest and only official team shop for your Toronto Blue Jays. New 2016 authentic jerseys with those 40th season patches are now available. I'm sure those nice little red ones they're wearing today are available as well. You can get yours at jshop.ca. Dan?
Sure to be popular, no doubt about that. Intense game here today. Interesting game, tied at 1. In the 7th inning, Stroman is out of the game. And Brett Cecil comes in to face Jason Kipnis. Second appearance in as many days for Cecil since coming back from his rehab assignment, coming off the DL.
Had a 1-2-3 inning in the 8th inning yesterday with a strikeout. His breaking ball was a lot tighter and a lot sharper.
How about that? Kipnis at least wanted to give the impression he might be bunting. Well, bases loaded, 2 outs, about the last time that you would think of bunting.
That doesn't make any sense at all, because he doesn't get a good look at the pitch when he squares to bunt. And obviously with the bases loaded and 2 outs, you want an opportunity to drive in some runs. I don't understand that.
Chisenhall at third, Davis at second, Santana at first. Another curveball, another good one. John Gibbons said before the game, one of the differences he saw in Cecil was it was a good hard curveball, not a rolling curveball, as he put it. And he's thrown a couple of beauties to Kipnis. Fly ball to center. Pilar, a bit of a late break, going back, is there, and the inning is over. The Indians leave them loaded. Crowd on its feet. Tie game. 7th inning stretch here at Rogers Center.
To watch a ball game on a day like this, but they're also a great place to hold your next business meeting. Start the day with the meeting, get into watching the game and enjoying and having a great time. The account executives will find the package that best suits your need. If you're interested in an accurate luxury suite, call 341-1635 or go to bluejays.com/luxury suites. We go down to the bottom of the 7th. I'll send you back to Dan, Pat, and Bud.
Barry, thank you. And out of the Indians' pen comes right-hander Dan Otero, who's having a heck of a season, an ERA under 1. In fact, he's only given up 1 earned run in his last 18 innings of work, an ERA under 1 on the season, facing Darwin Barney here in this tie game.
Veteran's been around. Otero doesn't overpower you. Sinker, slider type, not a lot of walks. Same type of delivery, same type of stuff the Blue Jays saw in Josh Tomlin.
The Indians got their run in the 3rd on an RBI single by Jason Kipnis. The Blue Jays their run in the 6th on a home run from Justin Smoke. And a chopper past the mound to his left. Lindor spins, fires, and gets him. Good play by Lindor.
An exceptional play by Lindor because he swatted at that ball and put his glove down toward the dirt, almost like he was batting it away. But watch how he goes after this ball up the middle. The ball is bouncing away, and watch how he catches it with the palm down and is able to make a quick throw. Pretty good looking young player, and he turns and picks up first base and makes an accurate throw. He's committed just 4 errors this season at shortstop. Asdrubal Cabrera and Jose Iglesias are the only shortstops that play every day that have committed fewer.
Now Carrera 0 for 2 in a sacrifice today for the Blue Jays leadoff hitter. The Blue Jays are out hitting the Indians 7-5. Each team has left 7 men on. And the Indians again thinking about the possibility of a bunt. At least Ramirez is at 3rd. Even with a bag Napoli at first as Carrera chases, and it's 0-2. Strike 3 called. No argument from Carrera. 2 down. And activity in the Blue Jays bullpen. It looks like for Brett Cecil it was just a 1-batter appearance. Jason Grilli is up in the pen.
Yeah, they were able to get Kipnis up the plate and use Cecil, and Kipnis is now 1 for 8 against Cecil. So Brett did his job, and now it'll be Grilli next out of the Blue Jays bullpen.
Was that 3 days in a row for Cecil? He pitched down in the minor leagues, and then yesterday, and then the 1 batter today. So really getting ready.
Big cut by Donaldson, and he fouls it off right side. The home run last night is 19th. Josh Tomlin, 6 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, walked 2, one of them intentionally, struck out 8. Second game in a row in which an Indian starting pitcher has set a season high in strikeouts.
Tomlin was good. Moved the ball around. Left the ball up out over the plate to Justin Smoke in the 6th. Donaldson knows all about Otero. They were teammates in Oakland. He understands what he's dealing with. Otero had his best season in 2014 pitching for the A's. He went 8-2. Appeared in 72 games that season.
Ahead of Donaldson, a ball and 2 strikes. Donaldson lines it to right field. Chisenhall back to make the catch, and that's all for the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the 7th. End of 7 at Rogers Center. The Indians and Jays tied at 1.
Honda Super Camps across Canada. Learn techniques from former Blue Jays such as Roberto Alomar, Devon White, Lloyd Mosby, Jesse Barfield, and Dwayne Ward. You can register now at bluejays.com/camps. Dan, you're lucky enough to be sitting beside one of the best fantasy camp coaches in Pat Tabler.
I hear that. What do you bring as a fantasy camp coach, Tabby? What's your specialty?
Well, I let the guys do their thing.
Yeah.
I just let them play. It all goes back to the scouting department. We get some good players, and then I let them play. What do you think?
You worked with Barry?
Barry really tried to get on my team.
You worked with Barry?
I worked with my scouting department and said...
And passed on him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's Jason Grilli into the game for the Blue Jays in a 1-1 tie, top of the 8th inning. He's going to face the 3, 4, 5 hitters, Lindor, Napoli, and Ramirez. Although in the Indians lineup, they're such a 1 through 9 kind of group. It's all just about keeping the line moving. Big sweeping breaking ball in for a strike. Lindor with a base hit in the first, 1 for 3 overall. Even with a bag at third is Donaldson. Smoke backed up at first. Outfielders play Lindor to hit the ball the other way. Fastball there, 0-2.
He'll mix in an occasional changeup to the left-handed batters, but it basically fastball slider to the lefties. Studying right now, visualizing, and then he'll lift his head up and get the sign from Martin. Looks like they're going to go fastball up and away.
Up and in, ball 1, spinning Lindor.
I don't know how he got away from that one. It would look like it was bearing in on his elbow, but he was able to bail out right at the end. Watch how he's trying to cover the outer half and then Just barely gets his arm out of the way as that fastball was tight.
Fouled back at 94.
This is the 12th game for Grilly since he was acquired from the Atlanta Braves, and been a nice addition. They haven't really overused him. He has basically taken over as the 8th inning guy, and now with Brett Cecil back, they can share those duties according to who's the scheduled hitters coming up next.
Here's the 1-2, and it's up and away for ball 2.
I think what John Gibbons has now with Brett Cecil back is, if the situation were reversed, Grilly could have pitched to a right-hander to end last inning, and then Cecil could come in and pitch the 8th. Now they've got a couple of very important cogs back in their bullpen.
And that's how he says it. Important innings. That's how they're going to use Cecil and Grilly in front of Osuna, depending on who's coming up.
You know, then there's the possibility that's been floating around the last couple of days about Drew Hutchison maybe coming up as a reliever if there's no need for him in the rotation. If the 5 guys there are healthy and effective and keep going, if Sanchez does not move to the bullpen. Bouncing ball right side. Easy play for Barney.
Make your renovation a cut above during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
One down here at the top of the 8th, and a 1-1 tie between the Indians and the Blue Jays. And here's Mike Napoli, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. John Gibbons was asked before the game about the possibility of Hutchison making a spot start between now and the All-Star break, which is just 9-10 days away. And Gibbons said in all likelihood he does not think that will happen. That they'll keep rolling the 5 they've got. But you got to figure at some point, fairly soon, Hutchison resurfaces in some role, don't you think?
Yeah, you would think, and that would be a second half acquisition. Aaron Sanchez is not showing any signs of fatigue or wearing down or any concerns whatsoever. He was strong his last time out in Colorado.
He said that they were talking about it. They've discussed possibly giving Drew Hutchison a start, but he says we're going to roll with the guys we have right now to the All-Star break unless something happens.
J-Happ, R.A. Dickey. Hutchison has made 1 start. The Blue Jays have only used 6 starters, and it's just 1 spot start by Hutchison. The Cubs and Cardinals, I believe, are 2 teams that have used 5 starters, and then there are a handful of teams that have used 6.
Yeah, it's really interesting. In the Blue Jays, 2001, they used 5 starting pitchers. That was it.
But it seems like there may have been a bit of a change in philosophy in terms of whether Sanchez is definitely going to the bullpen. Now it kind of feels more like
we'll see.
Not necessarily definitely.
Yeah.
And he might not give them any option. Swing and a miss, 2 down. Well, he won't factor into the decision here today, but a big step forward for Marcus Stroman.
No question about it. He was very good today, 6 2/3. What he did was he located his pitches very effectively, bottom of the zone, and he had very good bite on his breaking ball. He threw a few curveballs, but the majority of the breaking balls were sliders, and they were very good.
Control. He was able to throw the ball where he wanted to. He didn't send any of those balls way out of the strike zone. And you're right, that slider was good today. It was down. It was a strike, and then it would break right out of the strike zone. 1 walk and 6 punch outs this afternoon for Marcus.
Jose Ramirez is 0 for 3. Really muscling up on that fastball at 94. Fouled off to the left. Ramirez was late on it, and it's 0-2.
Jason's 39 years old. The Blue Jays are his 9th major league team. And he came up with the Marlins early on in his career. He's bounced around and has found a home in the bullpen. Martin and Grilli were teammates in Pittsburgh, and they have mutual respect for one another, and Russell understands when Jason is most effective, what's working for him.
He gets him fired up, doesn't he? They have a nice little bond.
Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Grilli's fired up right now. Enjoying the intensity and the atmosphere here at Rogers Center. Tied at 1, going to the bottom of the 8th. Time now for a Blue Jays Central update. Once again, Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Here's Dan Shulman, Buck Martinez, and Pat Towler, guys.
To the bottom of the 8th in a 1-1 tie. The Blue Jays trying to snap the Indians' 13-game winning streak. Devin Travis leads off the inning. Dan Otero back for another inning of work for the Indians. Travis singled in the 4th, struck out in the 5th. He took over for Edwin Encarnacion, got tossed out of the 1st inning after not liking a called strike 3. Broken to bat, foul off, and it's 0-2. I think the two themes of the afternoon from a Blue Jay perspective are the outing that Marcus Stroman had today and the displeasure that the Blue Jays have had with the strike zone.
Yeah, the one aspect is really positive, of course, with Marcus Stroman taking a step forward in a good outing, going 6 2/3. The other part, you know, every once in a while, umpire's going to have a wide strike zone, and it's been consistently wide.
Yes, yes, and the hitters have to adjust to that. Make you swing the bat.
Nobody had a better perspective than Russell Martin, having seen both sides of it.
After Travis, it'll be Saunders and Martin. Reaching for it, Travis flares one out to right for out number 1. And here comes Terry Francona. Michael Saunders is the scheduled hitter. Tito, as he is known, going to make a move to the bullpen. Left-hander Tom Gorzolani is on his way in for Cleveland after Otero gets 4 big outs here this afternoon.
Celebrate Canada's team with the Shopping Channel. Discover officially licensed fan gear. Shop online at tsa.ca.
Big business J Shop today. Big crowd here at the Rogers Center with sellout on Canada Day. Everybody wearing lots of red today. Hoping the Blue Jays can find a way to scratch out another run, take the lead, and end this Indians winning streak. Veteran left-hander Tom Gorzolani, 33 years of age, signed as a minor league free agent in the offseason. Spent the first couple of months down in the minors. Promoted June the 1st, and in a month has made 5 appearances covering 2 1/3 innings.
The only left-hander that the Indians have in their bullpen, so they're going to use him here against Michael Saunders. Doesn't throw very hard. Got a good breaking ball.
Saunders 0 for 3. So in a month of time on the major league roster, he's faced 9 batters. He's gotten 7 outs and walked 2 batters.
The important stat about that, all 5 of his big league appearances since being called up scoreless. Hasn't been scored upon.
Upstairs, ball 2.
The flip side of that, Michael Saunders has been great this year against left-handed pitching. He says the key to him, he says, I've always felt like I could hit left-handers as long as I keep my front shoulder in. I can't give ground to him.
That's a pretty good fastball from Gorzolani at 92, considering the angle. Jeff Manship loosening up the right-hander, and I'm sure this is going to be the only man for Gorzolani.
The 3-1. Swing and a miss, full count.
Gorzolani was a starter when he first came up. He came up with the Pirates and actually had a big season in 2007. Made 32 starts through 200 innings and won 14 games for Pittsburgh. But he has become a specialist, obviously. He hasn't given up a hit this year, just 7 at bats.
And there's strike 3 called, and Saunders knew it. And here comes Terry Francona again. As you said, Buck, that's going to be all for Gorzolani. 1 batter, 1 strikeout. High fives from his buddies. And Jeff Manship will be making his way in from the bullpen to face Russell Martin with 2 down and the bases empty here in the bottom of the 8th. It's in the hands of the bullpens right now. The Indians and the Blue Jays are tied at 1 as the Indians go to their pen again.
VIP Blue Jays experience like alumni meet and greet, seat upgrades, offers, and more with Game Plus, part of the MLB.com ballpark app. Learn more at BlueJays.com/Game Plus. Now back to Dan, Buck, and Pat at a sold-out Rogers Center.
Right-hander Jeff Manship is into the game for the Indians. He's also pitched with the Twins, Rockies, Phillies in his career, facing Russell Martin here with 2 down on the bases empty, bottom of the 8th in a 1-1 tie. Big swing and a miss, and it's 1-1 on Martin, who's had some big cuts here today. Roberto Osuna is up in the pen, did not pitch last night. And it looks like whether the Blue Jays take the lead or they don't, he'll be coming in here in the 9th inning. This is often the case with a closer tie game at home. Russell Martin is steamed. He has been steamed the entire day.
When he's hitting or when he's catching, wasn't real happy with that last call.
Yeah, it's a real battle for all the hitters now, just knowing that it's a wide strike zone, and with 2 strikes you just can't afford to take anything close.
Full count. Troy Tulowitzki on deck should the inning continue. Manship deals, and chasing down and away is Martin to strike out and end the inning. So the Indians bullpen doing its job. To the 9th in a tie game at Rogers Center.
Cable TV. A great way to catch all the Blue Jays action this weekend from your dock or patio. Visit sportsnet.ca/now to start your free trial today, and a great idea on a long weekend when maybe you don't feel like sitting inside all day, Dan.
Definitely, Barry, without question. We go to the top of the 9th inning now. A 1-1 tie. The Indians and the Blue Jays, and Roberto Osuna is indeed into the game for the Blue Jays. Did not pitch last night. Finished the game on Tuesday in Colorado, and then came in with a 4-run lead on Wednesday and got knocked around pretty good. Gave up a couple of runs, and that one got a lot more interesting than Blue Jays fans would have liked, but he eventually secured the final outs.
It was a non-save situation for Osuna, and first couple of batters in that inning reached base against him. And before you knew it, they had brought the tying run to the plate, and then he bared down, had a couple of strikeouts, gave up another double, hit a batter, and then finished it off. Ended up striking out the side.
Nice grab down the line by a Donaldson fan. That's 2 I got today. Lonnie Chisenhall is 1 for 3. He'll be followed by Yan Gomes and then Tyler Naquin.
Now, Osuna gave up 3 doubles in that inning, and Colorado was storming back, and it got to be a very interesting game. They scored 2 runs in the 9th and made it a 5-3 game, but Osuna was able to settle down.
Yeah, he was reaching back then after that tying run came to the plate and finished him off.
He has had a terrific season. Osuna with a 2.52 ERA, just a 2.09 opponent's batting average. He's only issued 5 unintentional walks all season in 35 2/3 innings. He struck out 45. Roller foul.
He has been so good so early in his career, you have a tendency to forget he's 21 years old. And every once in a while, he'll make some mistakes and make some lapses, but you can excuse that because of his inexperience. But he has been given a lot of responsibility and handled it very well.
A lot of responsibility for a young kid, and he's still learning.
Base hit the other way for Chisenhall, and the leadoff man is aboard for the Indians here in the 9th.
He's the kind of pitcher that doesn't have to just throw fastballs. He can use his slider. He can use his changeup. Just learning about how to get these guys out. They were playing Chisenhall to pull. Threw him a fastball and just sliced it out of the reach of Tulowitzki.
So the leadoff man aboard here in the tie game, and the batter is Yan Gomes. Gomes is 0 for 3, hitting just 181 on the season. High fly ball center field. Pilar back, shy of the warning track, makes the catch. Chisenhall back to first.
Boy, Darwin Barney did a good job going out into center field, and Pilar wasn't sure if Chisenhall was going to tag, and Barney went halfway out there and was hollering, "Not tagging, not going." So Darwin went out there to help out Pilar. Good communication. Darwin goes out to center, wants the second baseman to run out there. Now he takes a peek over and looks at Chisenhall halfway, and then he says, no, he's not running. So Pilar is able to lob the ball back in instead of give it that strong throw to the back.
Tyler Naquin takes just outside ball 1. Naquin a base hit in 3 trips today. The Blue Jays will bring up Tulowitzki, Smoke, and Pilar in the bottom of the 9th. The Indians and Jays currently tied at 1. Donaldson in even with a bag, maybe a step closer than that at third. Swing and a miss.
There's the defensive alignment for the Blue Jays. Nothing over your head if you're an outfielder. And to be able to cut that ball off. If it's over your head, the Indians are going to have a run.
Popped him up, shallow right center. Barney backpedaling. Calls off the outfielders and makes the catch. 2 down. So now Rajai Davis, who's 0 for 3, the former Blue Jay, in left field, batting 9th for the Indians today.
Osuna used that abbreviated leg kick and threw a slider, but missed down and away. Davis has some power, 8 home runs, but I just keep the ball away from him. Throw him down and away with sliders and fastballs.
Fastball and a swing and a foul tip, 1-1. That one leaked back over the plate a little bit more than Martin and Osuna would have liked, but still.
I wouldn't throw him a changeup at all. Stay hard. Use that fastball away and the slider.
It's your third best pitch. Why go with that? Just stay away from him.
Fastball popped out of play, 1-2.
We have watched Rajai when he was playing here for the Blue Jays. Gets to 2 strikes. You throw him that slider down the way, he'll chase it.
Played 345 games with the Blue Jays over 3 seasons.
Crowd of 45,825. Many of them getting to their feet now here at Rogers Center. Got it. Osuna does his job. To the bottom of the 9th, a run wins it for the Blue Jays. But first, busy day in hockey. Time for Hockey Central signing season. Here's Darren Millard.
Weekend with us. We'll have game 3 of this 4-game series between the Blue Jays and Indians tomorrow. The pregame show getting underway at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. To the bottom of the 9th, and Dan, Justin smoked you up this inning. He now has 3 home runs over his last 2 Canada days, and that last one was the 100th of his career. So who knows?
Bottom 9, and a lot of electricity in the ballpark right now as Troy Tulowitzki leads it off. Pops one into shallow center field. Naquin racing in, and just like that, 1 down. Drive of the game is brought to you by all new Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Justin Smoke steps to the plate in the 6th inning and drives this ball to left field. His last home run was on June the 17th. He broke an 0 for 14 streak with that home run. This one, he breaks an 0 for 18 streak with a drive of the game that ties us up, and that's where we sit in the bottom of the 9th.
And Smoke deliver again here to win it in the bottom of the 9th. Outside ball 1. Had a game earlier this season where he homered in the 9th to tie it, and then homered in the 10th, I believe, to win it, if I'm not mistaken.
And that was a 1-0 game as well.
Blankenship has fallen behind 2 balls, no strikes.
Blue Jays had told Justin Smoke, hey, get the ball in the air. That is your strength, your power. You don't have to pull the ball for a home run. Adjust your swing accordingly. Get the ball in the air. We need some home runs from you.
Previous game you mentioned, those were his first 2 home runs of the season, and it came right here against the Texas Rangers. Blue Jays were down 1-0 in the 9th, and he hit it to tie it up off Sean Tolleson, and then hit it in the 10th to win it off Phil Klein.
Do it again. Huh?
That'd be pretty cool.
Walk off on Canada Day. And the beat goes on. So Martin can empathize with Justin Smoke. Smoke strikes out, 2 down. Nick Carapaz has been in the eye of the storm for much of the day, and almost all of the anger has been coming his direction from the Blue Jays. Two down for Kevin Pillar. 1 for 3. He's singled back in the 5th. Indians got their run in the 3rd. The Blue Jays got their run in the 6th. That is tied here in the 9th. 1-1 to Pillar. And a chopper hit towards short. Lindor going extra innings here at Rogers Center. Indians have won 13 in a row, and we'll have some extra baseball coming your way here in Toronto. Joe Biagini is going to make his way into the game for the Blue Jays as this one goes extras. Extra innings here at Rogers Center on Canada Day. The Indians, winners of 13 in a row, and the Blue Jays are tied at 1. And rookie Joe Biagini is into the game for Toronto.
Joe's been throwing the ball a lot better. They gave him a little bit of a blow. They were using him a lot. It looked like he got tired. They shut him down for a little bit. Just didn't pitch him in games for about a week, and it's almost energized him. He's been good in his last couple of outings. His fastball, cutter, curveball. Last worked 3 days ago. He's the kind of guy that can give you multiple innings. That's what the Blue Jays like about him.
Top of the order for the Indians. And a strike taken by Carlos Santana. Santana has grounded out, doubled and scored, grounded out again, and walked. Down and in.
There's a couple of guys in this lineup for the Indians that you have to be very careful with. One swing of the bat, they can knock it out of the ballpark. This is one of them. He and Mike Napoli lead the team in home runs with 16. Had a home run cut there.
So Stroman went 6 2/3, gave up a run on 5 hits, walked 1, struck out 6. Brett Cecil retired the only batter that he faced. A 1-2-3 inning for Jason Grilli, and then Roberto Osuna worked the 9th, gave up a base hit but nothing more. Now Biagini out on the 10th. Again the 1-2. Curveball taken low, ball 2.
This is the first time the Indians have seen Biagini. First series of the season, and Joe's in his rookie season.
This is a typical Carlos Santana type of a bat. That's why they have him in that leadoff spot. He's got some power, yes. He's got a very good on-base percentage and a very good eye. He has walked 44 times, and he has only struck out 45 times this year. Odd splits for a power hitter.
3-2 hit in the air to left field. Saunders is there, 1 down. Big crowd here today. Big crowds expected over the weekend and through the next homestand against the Royals and the Tigers. The Blue Jays are at home right up until the All-Star break, and they're at home a lot in July. They have a quick 5-game road trip to Oakland and Arizona after the All-Star break, then right back home for another 3-series homestand against Seattle, San Diego, and Baltimore. Jason Kipnis has driven in the only run of the game for the Indians, an RBI single back in the 3rd. Chased in the dirt, and he's in the hole 0-2.
Eugene looked like he was upset with himself. That was a pretty good looking pitch.
Yeah, it looked like he was disappointed he bounced it, but Kipnis chased it, and I mentioned that this is the first time the Indians have seen him, so he's got to be aggressive. Go right after him. They don't know much about him.
Kipnis says he got hit, and Vic Carapazza agrees. There was no signal from Carapazza until after Kipnis said to him, "It hit me in the arm," and now Russell Martin again questioning the umpire.
You know, it sounded like it might have hit him. Cutter, they wanted to go up. Kipnis raises his hands, and that did hit him.
Yep.
It surely hit him. It didn't hit him very hard, but it was enough to get him on first base, and the Blue Jays can look at that. But I think if they take a look at it, they'll see clearly that Kipnis was hit by the pitch.
DeMarlo Hale, the acting manager, with John Gibbons having been ejected way back in the 1st inning. Runner at first, 1 out for Francisco Lindor. Boy, an 0-2 pitch to where Biagini was throwing well, and Kipnis looked like he was in a little bit of trouble and just ran it a little bit too up and in on him.
Speaking of running, the Cleveland Indians can run. They've got a great stolen base percentage. 2nd best in the American League.
Kipnis going. Pitch fouled back. He had a good jump.
Yeah, thank you for swinging at that.
Kipnis 5 for 6 in stolen bases, and you could see he was antsy. He was leaning toward second base before Biagini made his move to the plate, but fortunately the young hitter Lindor fouled it off. A more veteran hitter might take that pitch even though it could be strike 2.
Just to get him into scoring position.
0-2. Swing and a miss. 2 down.
Joe's curveball's been much better since they gave him that time off just to let him catch his breath a little bit. Right over the top, and watch how he spins that ball off of his middle finger. That's in a good spot. As a hitter, you're seeing that ball. It's got some tremendous spin on it. Strikes out a very good hitter.
So now Mike Napoli, always dangerous because of his power, has not had a good day today. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. 1-1 tie, top of 10. And a strike. Up the middle, a base hit for Napoli. Kipnis stops at second, and boy, if he steals second earlier, he's scoring on that ball. So a break on that foul back that he was unable to steal second. The Indians with 2 men on.
Things that don't show up in a box score. Right there. Looked like he had the base stolen, but Lindor fouled the ball back. He has to remain at first base, and he can only move up 90 feet on that base hit.
And Martin to the mound to talk with the rookie pitcher Biagini. Jose Ramirez will be the batter. Indians haven't lost in a long time. They have matched a franchise record with a 13-game winning streak.
This is the guy who's come up with big hit after big hit for this team.
Takes down and away. Genie started him off with a changeup and missed down and away. Ramirez has been a useful guy offensively and defensively, playing multiple positions.
He got his 21st hit with a runner in scoring position in last night's ball game.
On the season, he is hitting .404 with runners in scoring position. Coming into today, and the number still stands, 21 for 52, .404. That leads the American League. Back to our left, 2-1.
And some guys just excel in these situations where they're able to relax and they don't put any added pressure on themselves. They just have good at bats. Plus the fact that a lot of pitchers will overlook Jose Ramirez in this lineup and say, okay, well, you know, it's not Napoli, it's not Santana, it's not Kipnis, but Ramirez has come up big.
Yes, he has, and that's why he is hitting where he is hitting in this lineup. If the number 4 guy can't knock him in, I've got a reliable RBI man sitting behind him.
Little flare left center. Pilar makes the catch. He does it again, denying the Indians in their bid to take the lead here in the 10th inning. Canada does love Pilar. Racing to left center to make the catch that preserves the tie. Here come the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 10th. times, it seems, in the last couple of years, often racing back to the fence. This time Buck having to come in and make the catch.
Yeah, he got a great read on that, and that's one that's really difficult. Left-handed hitter hits it, it's slicing down and away from Pilar, but he stays with it. He always really evaluates how a hitter is swinging the bat, and he had a little bit of a lean toward the alley in left center and was able to make the catch and save a run.
Brian Shaw into the game for the second game in a row. He picked up a hold in yesterday's game when 2/3 of an inning, got a couple of outs in the 8th inning.
Strikeout type of pitcher. Yeah. Got a good arm.
Struck out Russell Martin and Devin Travis yesterday. Darwin Barney leads it off. Not many of the almost 46,000 here today have left on this holiday Friday. One and one. After Barney, it'll be Carrera and then Donaldson. Ground ball to third. And on the run, a good play by Ramirez to get him with a relative ease, one down.
Well, the Indians can carry 3 bench players because they have Ramirez and Michael Martinez who can play in the outfield and play in the infield. It really is a valuable player that you can put at third base. And we saw him start in left field yesterday. Michael Martinez is the same way. He has played center field, and he's an infielder as well. So Terry Francona has a couple of real versatile guys that allow you to do a lot of things.
8 relievers. It allows you to carry 8 relievers like they're doing in this series.
Ezequiel Carrera 0 for 3 and a sacrifice today out of the leadoff spot for the Blue Jays. Grounds one to the right side. To his left is Kipnis in the flip to first, and just like that, 2 down. So that will bring up Josh Donaldson, who last night hit his 19th home run of the season.
Looked like a first pitch slider from Carrasco, and he was all over. Stayed back on that ball, didn't try and pull it. He's been staying in the middle of the diamond a little bit more, hitting the ball to right center field, left center field, wherever it takes. Had a big month of June. Let's see if he can get his July off on a good start.
Big swing and a miss from a guy who's got 7 walk-off home runs in his career. The MVP chant starts gaining in volume here at Rogers Center. Liner to right. And coming on to make the catch, Lonnie Chisenhall. The Blue Jays are gone in the 10th. On to the 11th. Here at Rogers Center, the Indians and the Blue Jays remain in a 1-1 tie. Happy Canada Day, everybody. 1 run, 7 hits for both the Indians and the Blue Jays as John Gibbons goes back to his bullpen again. And right-hander Jesse Chavez is into the game.
How about all the zeros that the bullpen has thrown up since Marcus Stroman left this game? Jesse Chavez will become the 5th reliever for the Blue Jays this afternoon. He has worked in 30 games. Good fastball. He'll cut the ball. He's got to be able to keep that ball down. And when he does, he'll get a lot of ground ball outs.
Last pitched Monday in Colorado, gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in a third of an inning. Lonnie Chisenhall leads off the 11th for the Indians. Chisenhall's got a couple of base hits today. Each of his last 2 times up, he has lined the ball to left field, raising his average up over 300. He's at 302 right now. One of the many players on this team where you can look at them, we started to talk about it last time, and say, where they're really getting the job done, maybe even doing more than was expected. They've got some starting pitchers who are doing that. They've certainly got some hitters who are doing that.
When you look at the balance of their production, it's pretty interesting how it's spread evenly throughout the entire lineup. You look at the offense, the leader with 52 RBIs is Mike Napoli. But then everybody else kind of balanced. Kipnis has picked up an RBI today. He's got 45. But there's a lot of balance where you don't have to count on one guy to provide the offense for you.
Yan Gomes on deck.
This is one of the guys who has been doing a great job for him, Chisenhall, during this win streak. About 360 average. He's hit 3 home runs during this winning streak.
One-two again. Check swing foul off the screen in front of the Blue Jays dugout. The Blue Jays had a couple of great opportunities in the middle innings in the 4th and 5th. Left the bases loaded both times. Jason Kipnis staying loose. Indians left the bases loaded in the 7th and just left 2 men on the top of the 10th. They're batting now here in the top of the 11th. Two. Got him.
To be effective, you got to keep the ball down. Sometimes with 2 strikes, you have to expand. And Blue Jays tried it 2 or 3 different times against Chisenhall there with 2 strikes, and he finally swings through the last one. Second time that he has struck out this afternoon. Blue Jays pitching. That's 11 strikeouts now.
Zach McAllister throwing in the Indians pen. Here's Yan Gomes, 0 for 4. Breaking ball in for a strike. Birthday boy Aaron Sanchez on the right, turns 24 today alongside R.A. Dickey. Sanchez's next start will be Monday against Kansas City. Popped up into foul territory and well back into the seats. 1-2.
Yan Gomes had a 2 home run game here last September. Hit a home run off Marco Estrada in the 7th to tie it up, and then tied it up again in the 9th off Roberto Osuna. 2 solo home runs.
Wow. Way down and away into the backstop. 2-2.
The Blue Jays would win that game by scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 10th off Brian Shaw.
Josh Tomlin started this game for the Indians, gave up just a run on 6 hits. Marcus Stroman gave up a run in 6 2/3 for the Blue Jays. There's a ground ball for Tulowitzki. Nice play. 2 down.
Well, he is so smooth on that play like that. He'll round into that ball. He'll get it with his bare hand. Or excuse me, with his glove hand, and then transfer and then throw on the run as accurately as any shortstop I have ever seen. And there's something on that. I talked to the first baseman, and they say there's a lot of hair coming on that ball across the diamond.
Tulowitzki has committed 7 errors this season, but 6 of them came in a span of 14 games. He just really had a rough stretch. April 26th through May 11th, where he committed 6 of his 7 errors.
Tyler Naquin looks at a strike.
Just 1 error in his last 22 games. He's really gotten back to the way he played when he first arrived here with the Blue Jays.
This ball is golfed to right field, but it will stay in the yard. 3 up, 3 down go the Indians. Going bottom 11 at Rogers Center. Here's who's coming up for the Blue Jays. Devin Travis batting in the 3 spot right now in the lineup, and then Michael Saunders followed by Russell Martin. Jays and Indians coming your way tomorrow afternoon, 12:30. The Blue Jays Central. First pitch shortly after 1. Marco Estrada for the Blue Jays, and Trevor Bauer is having a very good season himself on the mound for the Indians.
Marco Estrada threw a good game last time out against Colorado. Gave up a 3-run home run to Carlos Gonzalez, but left with the lead, and the Blue Jays pen wasn't able to hold on.
28-year-old right-hander Zach McAllister has been with the Indians for a number of years now, on here in the bottom of the 11th.
Big Zach McAllister, 6'5". He throws pretty hard. 25 strikeouts, just 10 walks this year. He's a long man out of that bullpen.
McAllister, a former starter that started his career with the Yankees. He came to Cleveland in a trade back in August of 2010.
Devin Travis leading it off for the Blue Jays. And McAllister falls behind 2-0.
Extra base hits. That's what you're thinking about right here if you're Devin Travis. How do I get myself into scoring position?
A strike, 2-1. Travis 1 for 3, hit a base hit back in the 4th inning. Each team with a run on 7 hits. The Blue Jays have committed 2 errors today. Neither one has figured into the scoring. Outside, ball 3. I think everybody kind of waiting an extra beat, taking an extra breath. Would that be called a strike or not?
That was a good take by Devin Travis. Devin was in a good hitting position if that ball was a strike.
And just missing again. Ball 4. Well, and with it being Canada Day and all, maybe the way, if you're writing the script from a Blue Jay perspective, is for one of the next 2 guys to deliver a game-winning hit.
Michael Saunders missed last season's Canada Day because he was injured out with that knee problem, and this is the first time he's had a chance to play for the Blue Jays on Canada Day.
So I'm not bunting him here. I'm letting him swing away.
The Victoria native at the plate, Michael Saunders. Russell Martin. Team's other Canadian waiting on deck as Saunders takes a strike. These two guys have both been very frustrated in today's game. Saunders and Martin both.
Well, they're both the type of hitters who like to work the count, and they've got good strike zone awareness. They understand the strike zone, and they like to put the pressure on the pitcher. But those pitches that have been called balls have been called strikes this afternoon.
Shift is on for the Indians. Swing and a miss. At a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and quickly it's 0-2 on Saunders, and that will allow Ramirez to vacate his position really at third to go over and play more where a shortstop traditionally plays. Swing and a miss to get him, one down. Now Russell Martin, 1 for 4, a base hit and 3 strikeouts. The winning run at first with a 1 out here in the bottom of the 11th. The Indians try to extend the longest winning streak in baseball this year to what would be a franchise record 14. The Blue Jays trying to pick up an extra innings win here and even up the series at a win apiece. The pitch, and Martin sends it foul off to the right.
Obviously, Travis at first base. He is representing the winning run. I think both Naquin in center and Chisenhall in right are too shallow.
Too shallow.
With Martin hitting here. You want to be able to cut off a ball so you can prevent an extra base hit here. And obviously, I think if Martin gets the ball out over the plate, he can drive it right up that alley.
And the ball game will be over. He's got to stay short, though. Can't have a long swing against this guy. McAllister's going to supply the power. You just have to make sure you're on time. But I'm with you. I think the center fielder is a little bit too shallow for Russell.
The 0-1. There for a strike, 0-2. Some pretty big arms coming out of this Indians bullpen. You can say, well, this is such a good pitching staff. Not just the rotation. The bullpen's pretty good as well. Martin pops it back foul.
Well, and the thing that served them so well during this streak is the fact the starters have pitched a lot. So their relievers are fresh. They haven't had to work an awful lot. Coming into the game last night, they had pitched just 19 innings over the 12-game win streak. So their bullpen has been able to conserve a lot of pitches and a lot of energy because the starters have been so good.
They throw a lot of strikes. Come in and they throw strikes. They've got some strikeout pitchers down there, too.
Again, the 0-2. Check swing and a ball in the dirt. This is the only game going on today. Of course, a daytime game because of the holiday here. Everything else happening under the lights around Major League Baseball. And we are in the 11th. In the air to shallow right center field. Chisenhall in to make the catch, 2 down. And Travis still anchored at first base.
Leadoff walk. We've seen a few of those come around to score over the years. Now Blue Jays have to figure out a way to cash him in.
Next up, Troy Tulowitzki. Tulo is 1 for 3, has also walked. Hitting .216 on the season. He does have 12 home runs. Ramirez backed up guarding the line at third. Napoli holding on Travis at first. just low for ball one. McAllister, the 6th pitcher of the ball game for the Indians. The Blue Jays have used 6 as well. 1-0. Fouled back, 1-1.
Boy, that was a good pitch to hit right there. Challenged him with the fastball, and it was up. Just missed it.
So the Indians so far in this series have now pitched 19 2/3 innings, and they've held the Blue Jays to 2 runs, 2 solo homers. Donaldson last night, smoked today. The team with the best record, the best ERA rather, in the American League, and by a wide margin, is showing why.
They came into this series saying, is this legit? Or what we are doing, is this legit? Are our pitchers legitimate? I'd have to say yes.
Carrasco 14 strikeouts last night. Tomlin very good today. Bauer and Kluber still to come over the weekend. Huge lead, dancing at first. Travis, man, oh man.
Yeah, he bounced off and had McAllister gone to the plate. He was taken off. Took a couple of jumps towards second, just bouncing off the bag, and McAllister had to step off.
.96 miles an hour on that last pitch from McAllister.
That was another pitch that Tulowitzki just missed.
McAllister keeping an eye on Travis over at first, being held on by Napoli. Tulowitzki fighting off a couple of 2-strike offerings already from McAllister. Down the right side, headed towards the seats, out of play. So the battle rages on between Troy Tulowitzki and Zach McAllister as Yan Gomes will walk the baseball out to the mound.
Let's talk about this one. He's fed him 4 high fastballs, and he's fouled them all off. Does he go up there one more time? Or does he throw him a slider?
Tulowitzki's a much better low ball hitter. We have seen that. And they're trying to just get him to chase, go up the ladder a little bit, but having thrown those high pitches, he might throw a breaking ball out of the zone down and away. They've got some room to work at the 1 and 2.
The big right-hander sets. Runner goes. Pitch outside, ball 2, and no throw. Travis steals second.
Just his second stolen base of the season. Yan Gomes, the catcher, was more confident that they might get strike 3 called than the fact that he should try to make a throw to second.
I think he was assuming that that was going to be called a strike, so he's going to hold it there for the umpire for just a little bit longer. And the Blue Jays sent that runner on a good pitch.
So now a single could end it for Troy Tulowitzki. The pitch. Way inside, gets past Gomes to the backstop, and Travis comes to third. A wild pitch charged to McAllister.
Wanted to go down and away with a fastball, and he let go of it a little bit too early. Right off the glove of Gomes, and this puts a little bit more pressure on that infield now. If there's a ground ball, you've got to make the play right here. If you don't, the ball game is over.
Travis really coming down the line. Ramirez is way off the bag, so Travis can afford to get adventurous there. Try to get in the sight line of McAllister. 3-2 upstairs, ball 4. First and third with 2 outs for Justin Smoak. And another meeting on the mound, and this one draws the entire infield.
And the pitching coach, Mickey Callaway, comes out of the dugout, but obviously game's on the line. Callaway probably a little concerned about the 2 fastballs that were inside as McAllister tried to throw him a little bit too hard, came out of his delivery and lost them. They were ineffective up and in.
What about some defense of how they're going to defend the double steal? I think that's always in the back of your mind in these types of situations. First and third, 2 outs.
Do you just concede the base if you're the Indians?
I think so.
Absolutely. Tulowitzki, he's not going to run much, and I think the Indians just come out here and say, hey, don't worry about Tulowitzki. If he breaks, hold your defensive position, because you don't want to be covering a base when the winning run's at third, trying to make a play on the guy going to second.
They're not holding him. Napoli's 25 feet behind him. So Tulowitzki can get a huge lead and take the base if he wants. As Smoak looks at a strike.
Devin Travis can come all the way down that line as far as that third baseman is off the bag. Watch him here. Ramirez, the third baseman, is off about 20 feet. Here comes Devin, just trying to get into the mind of that pitcher.
The 0-1. Inside, a ball and a strike.
But I don't agree with Travis coming down that far, because as the pitcher was making the pitch, he was going back to third. Now the ball hits the catcher's glove and gets away from the catcher. He's got his momentum going in the wrong direction. So you don't need to take that big lead. Just take a marginal lead and then move toward the plate as the pitch comes.
The 1-1. There for a strike. Inside corner, 1-2 on Smoak. Good pitch by McAllister. Tulowitzki still at first. Travis again dancing down the line from third. Smoak trying to end it here in the 11th. Almost hit him. Ball 2. It was his home run back in the 6th that has accounted for the only run the Blue Jays have in this game. And Smoak asked for time. McAllister, a long look into Gomes, now has his sign. The 2-2 upstairs, full count. Now Tulowitzki will be on the move from first, and that could be important if the only play the Indians would have on a ground ball would maybe be a force at second. Kevin Pillar on deck.
That's why I'm surprised that he hasn't gone to second base already.
McAllister's already walked 2 in the inning. Winning run 90 feet away. Full count pitch. Popped up in foul territory. Gomes is there. Gives way to Ramirez, who makes the catch, and the inning is over as the Blue Jays strand a pair. On to the 12th. Tied at 1. On to the 12th inning at Rogers Center. Justin Smoke popping up into foul territory with 2 on and 2 out to end the bottom of the 11th. Great work out of the bullpen for both of these teams here today. Rajai Davis will lead off the 12th. Jesse Chavez is out for his second inning of work for the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays bullpen's given up 2 hits all afternoon long.
Covering 4 1/3. Cecil, Grilli, Osuna, Biagini, Chavez. 0-2 on Davis. The only remaining relievers in the bullpen for the Blue Jays are Bo Schultz and Drew Storm. Line foul.
Bo worked in last night's ball game. Pretty sure that he could still pitch today. He'd be available. And Drew Storm, he can give you a couple of innings if you need it.
Well, if it goes 15 or 16, you might see R.A. Dickey out there in relief at some point.
And the Indians, of course, we talked about them, and they have 8 relievers, so they've got a little more depth.
They've got Cody Allen, their closer, Tommy Hunter, and Jabba Chamberlain. Terry Francona keeping him loose. Just got a big grin out of Josh Tomlin, who started this game for the Indians. Tulowitzki will throw out the Speedy Davis, 1 down.
Marcus Stroman was the starter, and boy, he took a dramatic step in the right direction today. He had a great breaking ball all afternoon. Minimized the arsenal. He located his fastball very well, and he really baffles Mike Napoli with a couple of good sliders. But overall, I think he's going to be very pleased with the outcome today.
Pitched into the 7th inning, had 1 walk. That was a key. Last time out, Marcus had 4 base on balls. He also had 6 strikeouts. Yeah, he was a lot better today. Pinpoint control.
Here's the always dangerous Carlos Santana, the leadoff hitter for the Indians. Doubled and scored way back in the 3rd. 1 for 4 with a walk overall. 1 down, nobody on. Indians batting in the top of the 12th in a 1-1 tie. The longest winning streak that baseball has seen in 3 years is on the line right now. The last time an American League team had a longer winning streak than the Indians' current 13-gamer was the Oakland A's, who won 20 in a row back in 2002, I believe it was.
Yeah, they Moneyball Oakland A's. Yep. That's a pretty good pitch. That's been a strike most of the afternoon. Yeah, that Oakland A's team in 2002, Art Howe was the manager, and they had great pitching on that team. Hudson, Zito, Mulder, Corey Lytle. Aaron Harang was a young starter on that team.
Just low, and it's 3-1.
Here's another thing. Before expansion in 1961, 16 teams, Indians being one of them. They have never won 14 games in a row.
Hard to do. Win 14 games in a row, especially in this day and age when, you know, the talent has really been watered down, and you just don't expect to be able to put together that long winning streak.
3-2. Got him. Right on the outside corner, 2 down. Jesse Chavez has retired all 5 batters he's faced.
He can move that cutter, and that's what this is. Inside or outside with 2 strikes to lefties. He likes to go to the outside corner and bring it back. Hits the glove for another strikeout.
Now Jason Kipnis has driven in the only run of the day for the Indians with a base hit back in the 3rd. 1 for 4, has also been hit by a pitch. 2-time All-Star. Martin, it wasn't that he hoped that might be a strike. He was convinced that was going to be a strike. And again, it looks like it's an inch or 2 off the outside corner. Those have consistently been called strikes for most of the day. Chavez working very quickly as he misses low ball 3.
I like that. Work quickly. Get that ball out of your glove. Drive that ball down.
Into shallow left field. And that's off for the Indians here in the 12th. Great couple of innings for Jesse Chavez. One more time, the Blue Jays are coming up where a run will win it. Pilar Barney it back to the top for Carrera to up bottom 12. Here on Canada Day at Rogers Center, Kevin Pilar is going to lead it off, and earlier today, in all likelihood, guys, a game-saving catch.
Kevin Pilar gets a great jump on this ball in the alley. It was sliced off the bat of Jose Ramirez with runner in second base, and he just makes up his mind he's going to catch it. Doesn't make any difference if it's in front of him, behind him, over his head. When he makes up his mind, more than likely he'll catch it.
Very determined to make that catch against a hot hitter. So that was one piece of the puzzle. The other one is, can you win it right here with one swing of the bat?
He'll face Tommy Hunter to open up the bottom of the 12th. Hunter will turn 30 on Sunday. The guy who came up as a starter with Texas, moved on to Baltimore, and eventually transitioned into the bullpen and has kind of started another chapter of his career. He throws pretty hard and has had some success out of the pen in recent years. 96 and right by Pilar, 1-1.
Hunter began his career with the Texas Rangers as a first-round pick in 2007. How about the Orioles making a trade for Tommy Hunter and Chris Davis, giving up Koji Uehara?
What a steal.
Yeah, that's a do-over for Texas.
And then was traded in 2015 by the Orioles to the Cubs for Junior Lake at the trade deadline. Pilar skies one into shallow center. Out number 1. Now Darwin Barney, 2 for 4.
There's Junior Lake. You mentioned him in the Cubs Oriole deal. It sent Tommy Hunter to Chicago. Hunter was a late sign in February as a free agent with Cleveland.
I want to know how these teams trade a guy who throws 96 miles an hour, and he's got good command, good breaking ball. What do they think? They're a dime a dozen? You can just go out there and just fill out your bullpen with these guys?
Liner to short and caught by Lindor. 2 down in the inning. The last Blue Jay hit in this game was the home run by Smoke in the 6th inning. The bullpen for the Indians has not given up a hit through 5 2/3.
We talk about the job that the Blue Jays have done out of the bullpen. They've only given up 2 hits. Indians a little bit better.
Ezekiel Carrera 0 for 4. And a strike. Just inside, 1-1 on Carrera. Give you another stat that shows how good the pitching staff for the Indians has been. When the Indians score first this year, they are 36-7. Now they scored first today. That was seemingly weeks ago. And the Blue Jays have tied it up, so not all that pertinent to today's game in particular. But boy, if they get a lead, they are awfully good at keeping a lead. That ball is ripped but foul down the right field line. The Blue Jays are 3-5 in extra innings this year. The Indians are 3-3. The only walk-off win on Canada Day for the Blue Jays came back in 1992 when Greg Myers drove in the game-winning run.
I remember that. I was here.
You were on the team.
I was on the team. Yeah. Like, thank you.
You were in the dog pile at the end?
Yeah.
Here comes Lindor, and we're moving on to the 13th. Still tied at 1 here at Rogers Center. I think it's a holiday. Most people can tend to stay around until this one is decided one way or another. Some outstanding pitching. And here come the Indians' top 13. Jesse Chavez working out there for his 3rd inning of relief.
This will be the first time he's thrown more than 2 innings this season. He's had two inning appearances. One in San Francisco and one here at Rogers Center against the Orioles back on the 10th of June.
These kind of games become the battle of wills. Neither team wanting to give an inch. You see Drew Storen starting to warm up to begin this inning. You tell each other on that bench, hey, if we're going to be out here, we may as well try and win it.
Francisco Lindor, Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, 3-4-5 for the Indians. Sounds like we had a nice grab over on the third base side.
Everybody's in a celebratory mood today, so anything that the fan does is going to get a nice round of applause.
Ranging to his left, Barney, throw just in time to get Lindor.
Smoke gave him a good stretch, and Barney acknowledges that. This is a real awkward throw for a second baseman. You got to throw against your body. Never could really get turned around, and he almost threw it wide of the mark as Smoke stayed with it and made a good stretch.
Threw it to the glove side. That was nice. Lindor now just 1 for 12, or excuse me, 1 for 10 in this series. Done a good job handling him.
Here's Mike Napoli. Napoli's 1 for 5 at a base hit his last time up. Infielders play him to pull. Outfielders fairly deep, slightly to the opposite field. Pilar slightly over towards right center.
Guard that line. See Josh Donaldson. No doubles.
Well located pitch there, 2-2. For Canada Day trivia enthusiasts, this is the longest game the Blue Jays have ever played on Canada Day, at a couple of 12-inning games back in '87 and '94.
Blue Jays went a long time without playing on Canada Day. The schedule had them out of town on July 1st, but lately they've played quite a few games here, and they've got a 3-game winning streak on Canada Day.
John Gibbons is undefeated on Canada Day as a manager.
Popped up back of third. Donaldson gives way to Tulowitzki. How about the job Jesse Chavez is doing here? 8 up and 8 down.
His longest outing of the season. Most pitches he's thrown in any one appearance. He's thrown 43 pitches, and he's really made some quality pitches.
And now Jose Ramirez. And a strike. Still throwing hard, 94 mile an hour on that two-seam fastball as he jumps out in front of Ramirez. 0-1. Shakes off Martin once, now has his sign. Tails down and away, a ball and a strike. Storing ready if needed. Chavez trying to say, hey, he's not needed. Boy, is he working quickly too.
Working quickly at throwing strikes. Nothing wrong with them. Just let him keep working.
Fly ball to center field. Pilar has room. And the inning is over. 9 up, 9 down for Jesse Chavez out of the bullpen. To the bottom of the 13th, and the reigning American League MVP will lead it off for the Blue Jays. Josh Donaldson. He'll be followed by Devin Travis and then Michael Saunders. To the bottom of the 13th, Josh Donaldson will lead it off for the Blue Jays. 1-1 tie. Donaldson 0 for 4 and intentionally walked. Tommy Hunter back out for his second inning. Big cut and a foul back 0-1. He is trying to end it.
We all would like to see that with the Blue Jay win. But anytime you try and hit a home run, that swing gets just a little bit longer. Which you should be telling yourself right now, hit it hard. Hit that ball hard somewhere.
Hit him. Drilled him. Obviously no intent. Donaldson, that had to sting, but once he corrals the pain, he heads right down to first.
Yeah, intent or not, it hurts.
Yep.
And that hit him hard. And I'll tell you what, it sounded like he got him on the back of the shoulder, but watch him turn away and hits him right on the end of the shoulder, and that really hurts. Hunter throws hard and got him in the back.
Right
Actually,
in the back. That's why you saw Josh jumping up and down.
That'll leave a mark.
So the leadoff man aboard, and here's Devin Travis, who's been filling in Edwin Encarnacion's spot since Encarnacion was ejected way back in the first inning. Donaldson kind of sneaky on the base pass. I don't know if this is the time, but he's 5 for 5 this year.
He picks his spots beautifully. But you're right. I don't know if this is the time right now. He just got hit to lead off the inning. Let's see what Devin Travis can do before you set yourself in motion.
So Travis coming on as the DH after Encarnacion was ejected, hitting .285 on the season. Creeping in at third is Ramirez as Travis takes down and away.
Surprised Ramirez is coming in at third base. Thinking that they were going to sacrifice. Let him swing away.
Well, you've got a left-handed bat next in Michael Saunders and then Martin and Tulowitzki, but I agree. I would let Travis hit here.
Well, if they sacrifice, they just walk Michael Saunders. Set up the double play.
I think if you're the Blue Jays, you're happy he's throwing to first. Let him get distracted between the hitter and the base runner, whether you're going anywhere or not. And another throw.
See, Josh said one more time. Come over here one more time, and then you're pretty confident Hunter's going to have to go to the plate.
Fouled back 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to short. Shovel to second one. On to first. Not in time. So Donaldson forced at second. Travis will take his place at first.
Yeah, no chance to turn a double play on that one. It wasn't hit hard enough. Donaldson's going to go straight into the bag. The effects of the rule change around second.
Well, and forgive me for saying what I said a couple of innings ago, but maybe if you're writing the script on Canada Day, one of the Canadians should win the game. Saunders is at the plate right now, and Martin's in the on-deck circle.
Well, it would salvage an otherwise disappointing day for Michael Saunders. He's 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts.
Yep. Oh, 0-1.
Nobody's had much of an offensive day here. Just 1 run on 7 hits for each club.
Doesn't anybody ever come out of the bullpen throwing 90 anymore? Everybody's 95, 96.
Bullpens.
Yeah.
They're all supercharged.
Tough to catch up to that one upstairs.
Here's the 0-2. Activity in the Indians pen. Java Chamberlain is up for the Tribe right now. Runner at first, one out for the Jays in the bottom of the 13th inning. Shift on again, 3 on the right side as it has been all day against Saunders. And there's strike 3 called. Tough day for Saunders.
He wanted to draw a line so badly.
Yeah.
But he can't. Pitch was off the plate inside and he turned, and his first reaction was, I want to draw a line right here to show the umpire where I think that pitch was. And he's going to turn and look at his right foot. It's almost like, I want to draw a line right here. But he can't do it.
That would have sent him to the showers, wouldn't it?
So with 2 down, here's Russell Martin. Martin today is 1 for 5, had a base hit back in the 4th inning. You guys think there's any chance Travis tries to steal second?
Not right now. I don't think so. I think because Russell can hit a ball in the alley and
just as soon
score extra base hit, he should be able to score. So I don't think he's going to bring.
Maybe with 2 strikes, you're guessing they're going to throw a breaking ball. Give yourself a chance to steal the base, a little bit better chance.
I don't think Russell Martin sent a Christmas card to Vic Carapazza this year. If he was on his list last year, he's off it now.
Yeah. And Russell's been very diplomatic all afternoon, and he has kept himself in the ball game. And he's been discussing the strike zone with Mr. Carapazza all afternoon, from the batter's box and from behind home plate.
It's like the Indians were thinking Travis might be going now that it's gotten to 2 strikes.
He can take another step over there at first base. He got back easily that time. So if you are thinking about stealing, get a bigger lead.
There he goes. On the appeal, he went around, and Martin strikes out. So we're moving on to the 14th inning as Martin just gets tossed out of the game. You knew eventually this had a chance to happen with the way things have gone all afternoon. Martin is incensed. And DeMarlo Hale and Louis Rivera doing all they can to keep Martin away from Carapazza. Man. This has been building for 4 hours. Obviously, it's not the appeal down to first. It was the previous pitch, strike 2, and the accumulation of pitches all afternoon long. A big ovation for Martin, but he's out of the game. Josh Tolley's going to have to come in and play as the ball game moves on to the 14th. Fireworks of a different kind here on Canada Day, tied at 1. Has been in the crosshairs of the Blue Jays all day long with an accumulation of calls that they feel have not gone their way, going way back to the first inning.
Right there, that pitch to Edwin Encarnacion, usually mild-mannered Edwin Encarnacion, starts to walk away, gets pitched out of this ballgame. Now he's going to get his money's worth. John Gibbons followed that up. He got thrown out. Now, this is what happened. Russell thinks he checks his swing and then is punched out and then has something to say with the umpire. And I don't think it was because of the check swing. I think it's because it's the strike zone all afternoon long.
And the strike 2 was a pitch that he felt was outside. But you're right. It was an accumulation of things that started back in the first inning. So Josh Toley's in to catch. Drew Storen is in to pitch. Lonnie Chisenhall leads it off here in the 14th. And Carapazzo not getting a real dose of Canadian hospitality right now. Little looper, shallow right field, will drop for a base hit. And the Indians have the leadoff man on here in the 14th inning.
Well, Drew Storen made a pretty good pitch, and Chisenhall just put the bat on the ball and dumps it into right field. Jesse Chavez was terrific. He did a great job. 3 innings, his longest outing of the season, and now the leadoff man is on base here and going to send up a pinch hitter.
Michael Martinez is going to bat for Yan Gomes. Tolley to the mound to say something to Storen. Josh Donaldson comes in to have a word as well. That's the first hit for either team since the 10th inning. The Blue Jays haven't had a hit since the 6th inning.
Did you bring a guy in here to bunt?
I don't think so. Not when you're on the road. Especially a left-handed hitter. No, they're squaring early. Michael Martinez is a switch hitter, but with Smoke holding the runner on at first, there's a big hole on the right side of the infield.
Look at this long look down at third base. They might take it off.
Indians have 15 sacrifice bunts this season. Martinez has one of those.
Donaldson creeping in at third. Bunted foul, 1-1. It has been an emotional day for several hours here at the ballpark. If you haven't been with us, you saw a little bit. The strike zone's been a big issue here today. Marcus Stroman had a very good start for the Blue Jays. Josh Tomlin was good for the Indians. Indians bullpen has been sensational. Blue Jay bullpen's been very good as well. The Indians try to extend a 13-game winning streak, and they've got the leadoff man on here in the 14th inning. Encarnacion, Gibbons, Martin all ejected today. One. Not a very good effort right there by Martinez.
Not at all. They send him up there to pinch hit, and they're going to bunt. This was Yan Gomes' spot in the batting order. Martinez up there to bunt. Not a very good effort right there.
No, he just jabbed at that last pitch.
So the count 1-2. Presumably that would take the bunt off. Donaldson still in on the grass though, as Martinez takes down it in 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Donaldson making sure that he understands who has coverage at second if he should happen to get a ground ball.
Yeah, he was talking to Tulowitzki and Barney just to make sure. He wants to know who's covering that bag.
It's important for a third baseman because you want to be able to look up and look at the infielder that's going to cover the bag and kind of get your perspective and then lead him to the base when you make a throw.
The 2-2, chopped foul.
Boy, when you think about Russell getting ejected, and you could see how everything had built up over the afternoon. He's catching. He sees a lot of strikes that are called balls, and then the other side of it, a lot of balls that were called strikes, and it finally came to a head. And you sit back there all afternoon, and try to work an umpire and then have it backfire against you at the end. I can understand his frustration.
Outside, and the count is full. That pitch clearly was outside, but everybody's in a bad mood now. So,
well, you got a new catcher in there. Probably start the runner right here. 3-2 count. Got a new catcher in there. Got to send the runner.
He's going. 3-2, a swing and a ground ball to second. Only play is to first. So now, with a runner at second and one out, the batter will be Tyler Naquin. Naquin today is 1 for 5. Hit a base hit back in the second inning. Blue Jays still have one more reliever left in Bo Schultz. The Indians have 2 in Jabba Chamberlain and Cody Allen. As they play on into the 14th inning.
Tell you what, for a 1-1 game, it's been entertaining. There's been a lot to talk about this afternoon. Missed opportunities, great bullpens.
Pilar with a good defensive play, the sliding catch in center.
The starters were both outstanding this afternoon.
A little bit inside. Every pitch that appears anywhere close that isn't called a strike on an Indians hitter is going to incur the wrath of the crowd. There have been 10 called strikeouts in this game. 9 of them have been with the Blue Jays hitting. And whether it's chance or not, I think even objectively anybody could say more of the controversy has been when the Blue Jays have been hitting. Now maybe that's been the approach of the hitters to a certain extent. Maybe it's just the way Indians pitchers have exploited the strike zone of Carapazza, but the Indians collectively seem to be enjoying themselves a little bit more today than the Blue Jays are.
Maybe a little bit more of a free swinging team.
Yep.
Cleveland Indians.
Go ahead run at second with 1 out. And a weak ground ball back to the mound. Storen's play is to first. 2 down as the runner takes third. So now Storen will face former Blue Jay Rajai Davis, trying to do some damage to his old club.
Davis struck out in the top of the 9th on a slider from Roberto Osuna, and Storen has the same type of big sweeping slider that can be effective against Rajai Davis.
Told he's got to keep everything in front of him. Curveball almost hit him.
Rajai's got great speed, but he's not a bunter. With this type of speed, you would think that he would have that ability to get the ball down and use that speed for a bunt base hit. So Blue Jays know that. You can see Josh Donaldson. He is back behind third base. Same way on the right side, Justin Smoke.
Fastball fouled off, and it's 1-1. How are your scorecards making out?
My second one's fine. I'm done with my first one.
You're an 11-inning guy in your first scorecard. What are you, Tabby?
15.
You're a 15.
I'm good.
What a show off.
I just don't want to have to turn the page.
And a ground ball to short. Tulowitzki on the run. Got it. No runs, a base hit, and a man left to the bottom of the 14th. Tulowitzki is going to lead it off for the Blue Jays in a 1-1 tie. tomorrow. The Indians and Blue Jays. Marco Estrada will be on the mound for the Blue Jays. Trevor Bauer for the Indians in the third game of the 4-game series. First things first, though. They got to somehow figure out who's going to win this game. It starts with Blue Jay Central at 12:30 Eastern Time. Java Chamberlain is the 8th pitcher of the game for the Indians.
Chamberlain burst on the scene when he was with the New York Yankees. It looked like he was going to be the heir apparent to Mariano Rivera as their closer. They put him in the starting rotation. It just didn't work out for him, thinking that they could transition him back to the bullpen. He was signed by the Indians. It was a very good sign by the Indians. The veteran has been in 18 games with a .260 earned run average. You can still strike out batters. Looking at averaging a strikeout an inning.
Troy Tulowitzki will lead it off for the Blue Jays. Tulowitzki 1 for 3 with a couple of walks in this game. He'll be followed by Smoke and Pilar. What a grind today has been. The Blue Jays have not had a hit since the 6th inning. Ooh, in the dirt, ball 1. They have not had a hit off the Indians relief corps today. 7 hitless innings. Zach McAllister did walk a couple in the 11th.
13 more punch outs this afternoon.
Tommy Hunter hit a batter in the 13th, but no hits for the Blue Jays off any of the relievers today. Outside ball 2.
Chamberlain still has a big fastball and a good breaking ball. Now that he's in the bullpen, he doesn't have to throw all 4 of his pitches that he used to have. Fastball, breaking ball.
And Tulowitzki went after that 2-0 slider down and away.
Yeah, when Java first came up with the Yankees in 2007, that was his first professional season. He came up at the end of the year and made 19 appearances. He took the town by storm. And then they developed the Java rules. When they started messing with Java, well, you're going to be a starter. No, you're going to be a closer. Well, you can only throw this many pitches. Well, we're going to rest you. And I spoke to Java about this yesterday. I wanted to find out from him what he thought about the impact of moving back and forth. He said, moving back and forth was very challenging because I didn't know how to keep myself sharp going between the pen and the rotation.
3-1. And Tulowitzki lines it into right center, a base hit. Chisenhall will play it on a bounce and hold him to a long single.
Good piece of hitting by Tulowitzki. Good defend by the right fielder Chisenhall. He took a great angle on that ball to keep it to a single. 3-1 fastball right down the middle. This looked like it was double all the way. But Chisenhall, the right fielder, the converted third baseman, gets over there, cuts it off, and holds Tulowitzki to a single.
So the first hit for the Blue Jays since the 6th inning. Here's Justin Smoke, who homered in the 6th for the only Jays run of the day. The shift is on. Ramirez well off the line at third. And it's outside, ball 1. Almost everybody expected that to be called a strike, but it was not. And it's 2-0 on Smoke. And so far, Chamberlain staying away from him with fastball. Smoke, of course, has the power to hit one out to the big part of the park. He's already done that to left center field in this game. Got a big gap in left center. Got nobody near short. A lot of room on the left side of the field. Ball 3. 3 nearly identical pitches, and all of them called balls. Got a take?
I can take one. I'll take one here. I'd force him to throw 2 balls over.
Chris Jimenez now doing the catching for the Indians after Gomes left for a pinch hitter. And Michael Martinez remains in the game in left field. Ground ball to second, one back to first, not in time. Fielder's choice safely across Smoke. It's one of those tricky plays with the shift on where infielders are having to handle things differently than they used to.
Yeah, that was Jose Ramirez, the third baseman, who was making that pivot around the bag. Lindor started it to the right into the bag. Ramirez clears himself and no contact. So Junior Lake will make an appearance.
Lake draws a throw right away at first as Pilar comes to the plate. This one's a couple of innings away from getting really crazy, with both managers having to make some very unusual decisions.
I thought I saw Trevor Bauer down in the bullpen for the Indians. He is tomorrow's starter.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
There he is.
Saw him down there just getting acclimated to the pitching mound, pitching rubber, getting loose.
Lake the lead, not going, and Pilar hits a ground ball to short. Lindor to second, one on to first. Whoa! They're going to look at this one.
Yes, they are.
They are definitely going to look at this one.
I think the Indians know that he beat it.
Yeah.
Because they are not leaving the field. One more time, Pilar is on the bag. Yeah.
Definitely safe. So the Blue Jays have asked to have a look. This replay review is powered by Samsung. And this one shouldn't take very long. That's the crowd reacting to the replay they're seeing. The umpires have not taken off the headsets yet.
The Indians are going back on the field. They see it. That's not in his glove yet, and he's on the base. You're right. That shouldn't take long.
Headsets off. Safe.
If I were Kevin Pilar right now, I'd take off on the first pitch. Just trying to get in scoring position. I don't think you have anything to lose here.
Nope.
Just see if you can't take advantage of the delay, and everybody's kind of flat-footed right now. Jimenez just into the game after Yan Gomes was lifted in favor of the pinch hitter.
And he's just sprinted down the first base line, so he's nice and loose.
The batter is Darwin Barney.
See if the Indians are thinking the same thing. Slider. Good pitch to run on.
Ball one. Barney is 2 for 5 today. Had base hits back in the third and the fifth. A 1-1 tie, each team with 8 base hits. The Indians have left 11. The Blue Jays have left 10. Bluffs a start, and Barney takes a strike. If the game goes to the 15th, who do you think's playing first base?
Goins can play first base. Lake can play first base. In these situations, everybody is able to do a lot of different things.
Yeah, you can just do it for an inning here or an inning there. Lake is a natural outfielder. There isn't any outfielders for the Blue Jays that can come in and play first base. You might see Ryan Goins. There are options for the Blue Jays.
Yeah. If it's Goins, that would use up the last available bench player they have.
Tell you, he's getting back easily. Jama doesn't have a very quick move over to first base. Looks like he is stepping off and then throwing over, so Pilar is trying to measure him over there, trying to get that walking lead.
Ball gets away, but not far enough for Pilar to risk it.
I sense that Jabba Chamberlain doesn't feel very comfortable throwing balls over to first base.
Yeah, he's very tentative, and you mentioned he steps off before he throws, and this ball gets away from Napa. He hits Pilar in the back, but doesn't go far enough for him to move up. Chamberlain has allowed just one stolen base. He's had one base runner caught in 18 previous games. A little bit of everything in this game. Except a lot of scoring.
Fair ball. Pilar on his way to third. He will have to be held there. The winning run 90 feet away.
Well, I tell you what, the fans did a great job on this ball by not getting interference here. They pull everybody back so the ball bounces off the wall. Martinez does a good job of getting the ball back in quickly. But oftentimes you'll see fans in their excitement come over the wall and touch this fair ball. That would have killed it and eliminated any chance at all of Pilar possibly scoring.
Absolutely right. It jets out down that left field line. If it could have got into the corner, this ball game would have been over.
So it's up to Ezekiel Carrera, who is 0 for 5 today, also has had a sacrifice.
Carrera's a terrific bunter. He has 4 bunt base hits, and he can really put pressure on him now.
Ball 1 just low, says Vic Carapazza.
Ramirez at third base is on the edge of the grass, guarding against the possibility of a 2-out bunt. Carrera's always thinking how he can help the ball club.
Pilar down the line from third. The 1-0 outside, ball 2. Chamberlain going for a walk. Bullpen quiet for the Indians.
He is hitting in front of Josh Donaldson. You got to figure a fastball's coming.
It is, and it's in for a strike. You got to figure one's coming again, even at 2-1, right?
Yes,
absolutely. They've got to come after him.
So you know that. Sit on it. Look for it.
Fouled it off, 2-2.
I don't know that they want to call a breaking ball right here, because you remember the first pitch Jabba Chamberlain threw in this inning. He threw it in the dirt, and it was a fastball.
Kevin Pilar representing the winning run at third base. 2 down here in the 14th. Chamberlain the set. Outside, and the count is full. Got to think fastball again. Right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He can't afford to throw a breaking ball. He might bounce it.
Might bounce it. You might get that guy up to the plate.
And every one of them's been away, too. Hasn't come inside at all. 3-2. Bounced it. He did throw a slider, and he bounced it, and it was blocked by Jimenez, and that's going to load the bases for Donaldson. So how about this? Many members of the military still here. They were part of the pregame ceremony here on this Canada Day. Everybody's standing here at Rogers Center. Donaldson trying to win it. If you're the Blue Jays, you got the right guy at third base, and you got the right guy at home plate.
Yeah, everything has set up for the Blue Jays now. After the walk to Carrera, look at those numbers for Josh Donaldson. 3 career grand slams, a .455 batting average. Think middle of the diamond here. Right up the middle.
Wow. Jimenez is earning his keep since he's coming to the ballgame.
Yeah, you call that breaking ball, you have to anticipate it's going to be in the dirt. He blocked a good ball 4 in the dirt, and here, watch the technique. It's perfect.
As a hitter, can you eliminate that after you've seen him bounce a couple of those? Just sit on his fastball right here?
You just have to make sure you look for fastballs and
now
eliminate the spin.
If it gets to 2 strikes, no. But maybe right here you do.
1-1 the count on Donaldson. And the pitch. Slider down and away, ball 2. Now you can eliminate it.
And if he throws one, take it. If you're not looking for it.
You can hear the MVP chant. Man, he threw him a slider, and Donaldson swings and misses 2-2.
And look where it was, off the plates.
So the bases are loaded with 2 outs. Tie game here in the bottom of the 14th, and a 2-2 count on Donaldson. Pilar edging down the line. The pitch and a slider, a check swing roller to first, and the Blue Jays cannot win it here in the 14th. They leave the bases loaded, and we are going to inning number 15 at Rogers Center with the score tied at 1.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Extra innings. We're going to the 15th inning. Junior Lake, who came in as a pinch runner for Justin Smoke, takes over defensively at first base, the first time he's ever played first base in the majors.
So you got to figure he's going to have his eye on Luis Rivera, the infield coach for the Blue Jays. He just got word that they want him on the line with Carlos Santana up. There's Luis setting up his defense.
Drew Storen still in the ball game.
I'm back.
You're back. Good to have you back.
Hey, it's 15 innings. When you got to go, you got to go. Thanks for covering. Carlos Santana. Good pitch by Storen there, and the count 0-2. And the next pitch from Storen is in the dirt.
How about the excitement and everything last inning? It was loud in here. Now, Blue Jays got a hold of the fans.
This one's had all kinds of energy and twists and
Ups
turns
and downs. Yep. Right now, the fans, they want some outs so they can get fired up again in the bottom of the inning.
Trevor Bauer, who is supposed to start tomorrow for the Indians, is warming up in the bullpen.
He began the season pitching in the bullpen. He didn't make his first start till the 30th of April.
Down the left field line. And Saunders is there for the first out. Bo Schultz is up in the Blue Jay pen. He's the last available reliever for Toronto. Cody Allen, the closer for the Indians, has not pitched in this game, but he's pitched 3 days in a row. So I think we can safely assume, because of that, and with Bauer up, Allen's unavailable. So Terry Francona may need to use tomorrow's starter today. And again, if it ever got past Storen and Schultz, I got to believe R.A. Dickey would be the next option. It's not going to be Marco Estrada.
He's tomorrow.
He's tomorrow. It's not going to be. I wouldn't think it would be Estrada.
And Marco, he's been dealing with that back issue too, so I don't think you would want to just all of a sudden say, hey, Marco, go down and get loose. That'd be a challenge for him.
Not real sure where the AAA team is, but Buffalo's just a couple of hours down the street, so they can always get somebody else, right?
For tomorrow. I thought you meant for today.
Oh, no. For tomorrow.
I was going to say that would be creative, but I think it's against the rules. Yeah, these games have a way of messing with your pitching staff, that's for sure. Jesse Chavez, by the way, did an outstanding job out of the pen for the Jays today, as Storen falls behind 3-0.
Buffalo is at home and they play tonight, so if you didn't need to make a pitching change for tomorrow, you could do that. But Buffalo, they play Scranton tonight.
You might be burning up the lines right now, saying, okay, so and so is supposed to start, hold him back. Or if you've got a long man in that bullpen, you might bring him up.
Storen in his second inning of relief in this game gave up a leadoff base hit, but nothing more in the 14th. The 3-1 to Kipnis. And a walk. Ross Atkins may be on the phone to Buffalo right now. Who you got?
Yeah. Don't pitch this guy. We might need him here tomorrow. We've had those conversations before.
This is the longest game the Blue Jays have been involved in since August 10th of 2014. A 19-inning game where the Blue Jays beat the Tigers 6-5. That was the longest Blue Jays game ever.
Been there.
You've been there. You guys were both there.
We got on a plane after that game. Flew to Seattle.
That's nice. 19 innings and then fly to Seattle.
Like six and a half hours, something like that.
Which game?
The 19-inning game against Detroit.
He's blocked it out.
That was fun.
He forgot about it.
Yeah, then we went to Seattle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a long day.
That was a lot of fun. Doesn't make any difference how long you play as long as you win.
Here's Lindor. 1 for 6. 7th time through the order for both teams here in the 15th inning. And there's the kind of pitch that has been upsetting Blue Jay hitters today. They get the call on that.
On that pitch tracks, you can see that one looks like it's outside, but it's been consistently called a strike all afternoon long.
I think Indians pitchers have just thrown more pitches in that area than Blue Jay pitchers have. Changeup, swing and a miss, 0-2.
They have handled Lindor. He's only had 1 hit in this series.
Kipnis being held on by Lake, playing at first base in the majors for the first time. Folks have been here almost 5 hours. Better than 45,000 at the outset of the ball game today. Biting their nails on the edge of their seat at various points today. And that one's going to skip into right field. And the end result is 1st and 3rd.
Well, wouldn't you know it? It hits right to the first baseman who's playing in his first major league game. And Junior Lake reacted very well and got a glove on it, but deflected it, and it almost went right to Darwin Barney, the second baseman. It's just over Barney, and it goes into the outfield.
By knocking it down like that, I think that allowed Kipnis to go 1st to 3rd. That ball was hit hard. Junior goes over, knocks it down, and just out of the reach of Barney, but by slowing it down, Kipnis can go 1st to 3rd. By the time Carrero knocks it down, and now Drew Storen, that base hit's going to knock him out of this ball game.
So the Indians threatening to take the lead in the 15th. Storen is out. Schultz is in. We'll be back to Rogers Center after this. His 3rd appearance of the season, pitched an inning in last night's game and gave up a run. Hard thrower as DeMarlo Hale makes the change, bringing Schultz in for Storen, maybe looking for the strikeout here against Napoli.
That's the strategy here. He can throw it up there. You can see he's averaging 13.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. And come to a ball game, do some knitting.
Yeah. That started out as a napkin. Now it's made its way into a blanket.
Kipnis at 3rd, Lindor at 1st with 1 out here in the top of the 15th. Schultz facing Napoli. Down and in, ball 1. Napoli, like a lot of hitters in this game, it seems, 1 for 6. Each team with 9 hits. A great opportunity here for Cleveland, trying to extend their 13-game winning streak. Inside ball 2. You get him to hit it on the ground, he's a double play candidate, but he knows what his job is. He's trying to get one in the air.
But you see the middle infielders, they're halfway, so if it's not sharply hit, they got to come home.
Low ball 3. And a strike. Kipnis, decent speed. The runner at third. Jose Ramirez is the on-deck hitter for the Indians. Schultz trying to battle back. 3-1 the count. And the pitch. And a swing and a ground ball to third. To second one. To first, double play. How about that? A rocket to third. And somehow they get out of it.
Josh Donaldson, watch how patient he is. He knows he's got time with Napoli running from home, so he makes a great throw, and Bo Schultz gets the double play to get out of the top of the 15.
Going bottom 15 in a 1-1 tie. Weren't with us way back in the first inning. Here's when some of the drama began. Edwin Encarnacion called out on that pitch, didn't like it, and then said something that got him tossed out of the game. John Gibbons came out, and Gibbons got tossed out of the game. So Encarnacion and Gibbons have been inside for 14 innings now. And then it was building all day with the Blue Jays unhappy about some of the calls from Vic Carapazza and Russell Martin. And that was not the pitch he was upset about. It was earlier on a called strike, but then an accumulation of things both when Martin was behind the plate and hitting. And then he got tossed out by Vic Carapazza, so Josh Tolley had to take over for him. It has been an emotional day. It has been a fascinating baseball game, as Devin Travis leads off the 15th against tomorrow's starter, Trevor Bauer.
As we mentioned, Bauer began the season pitching out of the Cleveland bullpen. So he has done this in the past, but he made his first start on the 30th of April and been starting ever since.
6 appearances out of the bullpen. Yep. He's got a great arm. Yeah, he can go.
Oh, because it's stretched out, he can pitch through the 22nd at least.
Sure.
So, yeah.
He's got a great fastball, and he's been using that split change like we saw last night from Carlos Carrasco very effectively.
He's a bit of a different kind of guy, has his own workout routine, all kinds of long toss, believes in doing things a certain way. But since he got sent to the pen, has come back. The word from the Cleveland folks is he's simplified things. He's pitching more, maybe thinking a little bit less. He's a big thinker, but it's gone, whatever it is, it's gone really well for him.
And he's got his quote personal catcher with him. Chris Jimenez has really helped him out as a catcher, simplifying things like you said.
This is one of the reasons Bauer's development this year, his improvement, one of the big reasons why the Indians are the team that they are. They are getting a lot more out of him than last year suggested they would, as that pitch came in and hit. Buck, are you grimacing just watching that?
Yeah, that one hurt.
Back to the mound, and Travis retired.
Well, we showed you the ejection of Edwin Encarnacion because Devin Travis has taken over in his spot. But Josh Tomlin started, and now everybody has been used out of the pen. And as Dan mentioned, Cody Allen has pitched in 3 games, so they go to a starter instead of going one more deep in their bullpen.
So now Bauer will face Michael Saunders.
I'm sitting here thinking, if they don't score here, what's the counter move for the Blue Jays? Tomorrow's starter for them?
Schultz would probably have. He's got another inning. Is that what you mean? Who pitches? I gotta believe it's Dickey. I don't see.
There has to be a counter move. You know, if Bo Schultz.
Nobody is moving
doesn't.
around like they would think about getting loose, and obviously they would talk to the pitchers and let them know.
I mean, Dickey's not on any rest. The only reason I say that is because he's a knuckleballer.
Yeah.
But it's Estrada is due to start tomorrow.
But you just might not be able to get loose. You can see Aaron Sanchez is stretching out. I wonder if that's an option.
Yeah, I don't know about Dickey because he pitched yesterday.
Yeah, he might be sore.
Yeah, you're right. So today would theoretically be Sanchez's throw day. I mean, he pitched 3 days ago. Happ is due to pitch in 2 days. He's due to pitch on Sunday.
Well, Pete Walker's got his pitcher's chart there, looking at the options, saying, well, we could do this, we could do that. And having been in this situation in the past, you contemplate all the options.
And Saunders' rough day continues.
You know, I got to think Marco Estrada is the guy if it gets to that. You're hoping you don't have to. Michael's had a tough day.
So for Estrada, that would be on a day short. Obviously 3 days instead of 4. You don't know how long you're going to need him for. The way Sanchez is moving around, though, makes you think
that's what it looks like.
Like they've said, okay, you're next.
He's stretching his legs out.
High fly ball right field, but not quite deep enough. Off the bat of Josh Tolley. Man, that got everybody up off their seats. End of 15. On to the 16th inning here on what we believe is still Canada Day. The Blue Jays and the Indians tied at 1. What a ball game. Each team with 9 hits. Each team with opportunities, although not a ton of them, to be honest with you. Both pitching staffs have been outstanding.
Pitching has been great. I mean, it's 1-1, you know, so they have to be tough. We've seen some good defense, and we've seen some great pitching late in the ball game. Indians had an opportunity last time up. First and third and just one out. Mike Napoli up hit into a double play. And Blue Jays had their opportunity in the 14th inning.
The Indians are 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. The Blue Jays are 0 for 5. Just haven't been that many opportunities considering this is the 16th inning.
Jose Ramirez is leading it off. Bo Schultz got a double play ball to win the 15th. There was a rocket to third off the bat of Mike Napoli, but fortunately for the Blue Jays, it was hit right at Josh Donaldson. Ramirez, Chisenhall, and Martinez, 5, 6, and 7 for the Indians here in the 16th. Taking low ball 2. And a base hit into right field to get it started. Well, we've been wondering about who the next pitcher would be if they needed somebody. Aaron Sanchez in the conversation, I guess, due to start on Monday. Can Ryan Goins pitch?
Oh, anybody can pitch. It's whether or not you can get any outs.
They are down to their other 4 starters and Goins after Schultz. Those are the only guys left.
That is not Aaron Sanchez's glove. So he's not thinking about pitching anytime soon.
So this inning, unless the wheels really came off, belongs to Schultz. Nobody's up. Nobody's down there.
That's always an indication Sanchez doesn't have his spikes on.
Lonnie Chisenhall 3 for 6 today as he takes just inside a ball and a strike.
Well, the fans haven't forgot the tenor of this game by any means. That borderline pitch called a ball, and they react.
That one was a strike earlier. That time inside.
Poked foul off to the left, 1-2.
Whenever I've been in these types of games, it's always a game of attrition, a game of will. You have to keep concentrating and stay after it. I've seen so many games like this end on errors or walks. The guys just lose their focus because they've been around for so long.
Yeah, and you get into a situation like this, you don't want to lose. I mean, you played this long, and everybody in the dugout is going, come on, we got to win this now. We're not going to give them this game, especially when Cleveland's trying to extend their long win streak.
Looking for number 14 in a row. That pitch is high.
Usually the teams that push the envelope and stay aggressive in these games and force the opposition to make mistakes are the ones that win it.
I think the Indians might have a little bit more of that in their DNA, just in terms of putting the ball in play, moving a runner, getting a bunt down, stealing a base, that sort of thing.
Well, and given the fact of what they've done lately.
Uh-oh, look who it is.
Ryan Goins is down in the bullpen.
Ryan Goins is in the bullpen. We may have solved the mystery. How's DeMarlo Hale's day going so far? 2-2.
Burning up some brain cells trying to make all these decisions.
Yeah, and you know what? He's got Pete Walker there with him, too, and they've exhausted all their options. Again, Pete and DeMarlo talking about, okay, we'll do this, and how would you counteract that? They got to be sending a runner here on this 3-2 pitch, I would think.
You got to think they're going to send them.
Ramirez being held on by Lake as Schultz comes set. There goes the runner, and it's fouled back.
He can run. Ramirez, he's 10 for 13 in stolen bases this year, so he can run. If you're the Blue Jays, you're hoping for a strike him out, throw him out.
Stressful afternoon for a lot of people here at the ballpark. Runner goes again, and it's lined into left center field. This ball is down, and it's trouble. Cut off by Pilar, being held at third. Ramirez on a long single by Chisenhall.
What a job by Kevin Pilar to get over there and cut that ball off. If he doesn't, that runner's going to score easily. Mike Sarbaugh did a good job. He is the third base coach of the Cleveland Indians, and he gets himself into position to see where Pilar catches that ball, and then the runner can see him and then holds him. He doesn't want anybody thrown out at the plate in this situation.
But Pilar makes a good play here. Now you can see Ramirez. He sees the play in front of him, and then he sees the third base coach come on to third and then stop here. But by Pilar going to second, he keeps the runner at first base. Now you have the chance of a strikeout, a pop-up, and still have the double play in order. So you can possibly get out of this inning facing two batters instead of three, had that runner advanced to second.
Second and third, nobody out. That's no fun. First and third, nobody out. You can manage it.
Michael Martinez, the batter, came on as a pinch hitter in the 14th inning, could not get a bunt down, and eventually grounded out, which served the purpose of a bunt, moved the runner.
Infield is in.
Yep. Sent foul.
Josh Donaldson at third base will bluff that runner back to third base. Anything just to distract him. He'll take a couple of steps over to the bag or flash his glove just so he freezes.
Popped up. Big first out.
Now, and that really makes the Pilar play that more of a focus now, because a ground ball, you can get out of the inning with a double play, so the middle infielders can play back now. And Pilar's always thinking. He had no chance at all to throw the guy out at third, so he made sure he got it quickly to second.
Does the infield play in double play depth?
The middle does. They'll play halfway just like they did earlier.
Yeah, if it's a slow hit ball where they can't turn to, they'll come home if that runner takes off.
The batter, Tyler Naquin, left-handed batter, decent speed. It wouldn't be the easiest guy to double up in this kind of a situation. Blue Jays got a huge double play ball in the 15th inning to get out of trouble. Looking for another one here in the 16th. Naquin hitting .321 on the season. So the Indians will have to figure out who their starting pitcher is going to be tomorrow, but Terry Francona will worry about that after the game tonight. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, both of these managers are thinking about this right here.
Yep.
They'll let everything else be handled by the general manager. How do I get this run in? If you're the Blue Jays, how do I stop it?
Naquin has been doubled up 3 times this year. As Dan mentioned, he runs well.
1-1 the count. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
That's what Bo Schultz can bring you. He's got the big fastball and a hard slider. They have him pitching at the back end of the bullpen because he can strike guys out.
Marcus Stroman went 6 1/3, gave up 1 run today. Both bullpens have been outstanding. Tomlin went 6 for the Indians. We're in the 16th now, and the score hasn't changed since the 6th. Inside of the belt, ball 2.
Fans getting their money's worth on Canada Day.
Not they ever.
Extra baseball.
Yep.
Exciting baseball. Lots of action.
2-2 fouled back by Naquin.
This has just been some old country hardball right here between Schultz and Naquin. He's pumping fastballs in there, hoping to get the strikeout.
Josh Tolley out for a conversation. Pretty good speed at third, and Jose Ramirez. Chisenhall is the runner at first, and Naquin the batter, as the Indians try to forge ahead here in the top of the 16th inning. Base hit by Ramirez to start it. Came around to third on a single to left center by Chisenhall. Naquin trying to put the Indians on top. 2-2 upstairs, and the count is full.
So now the Indians can start the runner at first in an attempt to stay out of a double play.
Communication key around second base between Tulowitzki and Barney. Who's going to cover if he does take off?
Schultz the set. Chisenhall not going, and a swing and a miss. 2 down.
That's why they like him. Mo Schultz got a big fastball, and he can get upstairs with it. Fastball after fastball. He said one more. Just above his bat. You can see the target from Tolley set up high. It's a big strikeout.
Now Chris Jimenez, the catcher. His second at bat, grounded out back in the 14th inning. Blue Jays got out of a first and third, one out of the 15th, trying to get out of a first and third, nobody out here in the 16th. Bo Schultz showed a lot of emotion last inning. He might show even more if he gets out of this jam. Pulled foul, 0-2.
Broken bat. Nope, he didn't break his bat. Got in on his hands.
There's some jam sandwich, though.
Back to their feet here at Rogers Center. Blue Jay blue, Canada red. And Schultz out in front, 0-2 on Jimenez. The set. He put it right where he wanted to, but Jimenez wouldn't offer.
This is a reach back and give me everything you've got. Whatever is left in the tank right here, leave it out on the field.
Breaking ball line down to third, and the inning is over. Schultz gets out of it again. Exhales deeply to the bottom of the 16th. So the bottom of the 16th inning at Rogers Center in this unbelievable game, still tied at 1. Bo Schultz got out of it again. First and third, nobody out, and got out of it to give the Blue Jays another chance to win it if they can score 1 run. Troy Tulowitzki leads it off against Trevor Bauer. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Tulowitzki, Smoke, and Pilar. Second inning for Trevor Bauer, who was supposed to start tomorrow. Fastball runs outside, a ball and a strike. Tulowitzki had a base hit his last time up. That led off the 14th inning. The Blue Jays eventually loaded the bases with 2 outs, but couldn't score. As Tulowitzki pops it up, I said Smoke. It is, of course, Lake, who has come on a couple of innings ago, is in Smoke's spot after Smoke was lifted with a pinch runner. So Tulowitzki, Lake, and Pilar here in the bottom of the 16th inning.
Sounds like a run to me. Huh? Trevor Bauer supposed to throw yesterday. I'm sure he's got as much as they need this afternoon. That good swing from Tulowitzki like he did last time. Take that ball the other way.
Fights off a pretty good fastball at 96.
You can see how they're working him. They know Tulowitzki's a very good low ball hitter. They're pitching him upstairs, and he did a good job of fouling off that tough pitch.
Back at him with the 1-2, and the breaking ball bounces in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is that a get goings up?
Down there, just see, you got any extra pitchers down in that bullpen?
Yeah.
Somebody we forgot about? Ryan Goins is indeed down in the bullpen. That's a different perspective for him.
Grounded in the hole, it's short. Infield hit for Tulowitzki.
They've been pitching him up, like you were saying, because he is a good low ball hitter and he gets on top of that ball. They were hoping for a swing through or a pop up, and Tula gets on top of it, bounces it into a good spot for a good infield single to lead it off.
He's 3 for 5 with a couple of walks today.
Yeah, he's been on base a lot.
Junior Lake. In at third, Ramirez. Lake does not show bunt, and he takes high ball 1.
Lake's got big power. He didn't hit a lot of big league home runs, but he hit a home run last Sunday in Chicago against Chris Sale to dead center.
Indians looking for the ground ball, trying to turn 2. The 1-0. Off the glove of the catcher Jimenez, and Tulowitzki up to second.
It's a big 90 feet, obviously. Ball goes off his glove. It should be a pass ball charged to Jimenez.
High fastball. Lake tries to end it with one swing. Doesn't foul tip it. That is just clanked off the glove. In and out. And you're right. No chance for a double play now. You've got a runner in scoring position.
You think about a bunt now that the situation has changed? I know nobody bunts ever anymore, but
especially for a guy like Lake, who's always been a middle of the order kind of hitter.
Yeah, free swinger.
1-1. Ground ball to third. Ramirez looks Tulowitzki back, and it makes a fine play to get Lake. Now Kevin Pilar with Tulowitzki still at second. Pilar had a base hit back in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 6 overall. Tulowitzki sizing things up on the infield.
He's got to get a good read out there at second base. Anything into the outfield, he's going to take a look at those outfielders and see where they are playing and then read the ball off the bat of Kevin Pilar. Every second counts. You can see the center fielder Naquin is shallow once again.
And way over to right center field. Fouled off, 0-2. Indians a run in the 3rd. Blue Jays a run in the 6th. It is 1-1 in the 16th. Bauer the set. And the 0-2 outside with a fastball, ball 1.
You know, oddly enough, this is the 3rd 16-inning game that the Blue Jays have had with Cleveland in their history.
And opening day when JP hit a home run.
Yeah, remember that?
Sebia hit a home run in the 16th.
That was a 16-inning game. There was a game in 1989 that was a 16-inning game versus the Indians.
A look back at Tulowitzki at second. And the 1-2. Good block by Jimenez.
Been impressed with the catchers in these 2 games. The fundamentals of blocking the ball. They don't try and catch the ball. They just slide over and just try and block it. Watch the feet. Slides over. Just use that chest protector. Hunch over. Let that ball just hit your chest protector.
Jan Gomes started. There he's talking with Corey Kluber.
Chopper up the middle. Lindor will not get him. Pilar beats it out.
"22-year-old Francisco Lindor made a mental mistake because he looked at Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki has nothing to do with this play. Watch the shortstop go behind the mound and then look at Tulowitzki, and that momentary lapse cost him. For some reason, he just looks back over at Tulowitzki. There's no reason to look at Tulowitzki. He's going to 3rd no matter what you do. And to his credit, Pilar never takes an at-bat off.
And maybe, unlike a veteran, maybe not thinking in advance who's running, how much time do I have. His internal clock wasn't there. Great hustle by Pilar. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. Winning run 90 feet away for Darwin Barney.
Everybody taking a look at Luis Rivera right now. Let's see what they can do. They can use that safety squeeze.
Infield in. Outfielders have crept in as well.
Barney's had a 3-hit day.
Outside, ball 1. Boy, with the escapes in the top of the 15th and 16th, the Blue Jays may have used up a couple of their 9 lives here in this one, but they would gladly give them up for a win. Tulowitzki got it started with a single, took 2nd on a pass ball, took 3rd on the infield hit by Pilar. Swing and a miss by Barney. And to 2nd on the play goes Pilar. Probably will be scored defensive indifference with the infield in and conceding. One and one, the count on Darwin Barney. At the knees, a strike, 1-2.
At 95. I don't know if he was looking for something off speed right there. That's a pitch he usually handles.
Bauer has his sign. Eyeing Tulowitzki at 3rd. And the 1-2. Breaking ball and another terrific block by Jimenez. Boy, this guy's putting on a clinic.
Yeah, he sure is. And he didn't come into the game until late, but technically he has been great. You go over to your right, you shift, you block the ball. You don't think about catching it, but watch how he covers up, bends over the chest protector so the ball hits off his chest protector and stays right in front of him.
It's been impressive, hasn't it?
Tulowitzki trying to stay loose at third base. Barney looking to get something to the outfield. 2-2. Popped up, shallow center. Lindor back, will make the catch. 2 down. Barney can't deliver the winning run, so it will be up to Ezequiel Carrera.
And I know we have said it all afternoon long. The bunt is in play with Carrera at the plate. He has done a great job this year in using that drag bunt to perfection.
Now the infielders want to make sure they are all aware and thinking about that possibility.
Yep. Jason Kipnis has come in. That's Mike Napoli, the first baseman, who went in to talk to Trevor Bauer. Mike Napoli, you can see him talking to Kipnis now. He's going to let him know exactly what he wants to do, just in case. Napoli over at first base, and Kipnis, okay, got it.
So here we go. Tulowitzki at third, Pilar at second, 2 down. A run wins into the batter is Carrera. Fouled off to the left, 0-1.
Carrera played parts of 3 seasons with the Indians and came up for the first time to the big leagues in 2011 with Cleveland. This would be kind of a nice little afternoon capper for him to get a base hit against his former club.
Stop that winning streak.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 96 right down the middle, but he got it by him. 0-2.
Now the infield can back up with 2 strikes.
A lot of nervousness, a lot of anxiety amongst Blue Jays fans here in the ballpark today. Carrera trying to win it. 0-2. Down and in, and again blocked by Jimenez. Boy, he's got to give Bauer so much confidence that he can bounce that breaking ball.
Yeah, that's the key. Now Bauer never really hesitates. He throws that breaking ball hard as he wants, feeling fully confident that Jimenez will block it.
Doesn't have a feel for throwing it for a strike, but he has a feel for bouncing it. Look for that fastball then.
One ball, 2 strikes. Got the fastball, and he pops it foul off to the left. Indians have had a 16-inning game this year. That was against Houston on May the 11th. They lost that one 5-3. The longest game in baseball this season is a 17-inning game. The Dodgers beat the Padres 9-5 on May the 22nd. Trevor Bauer supposed to be tomorrow's starter in his 2nd inning out of the bullpen. Trying to send it to the 17th. And he will. Now Carrera's unhappy. So Carrera strikes out. The Blue Jays had the winning run at third with a 1 out and cannot capitalize. Another called third strike. And another inning of baseball coming to the 17th when we come back.
Tune into Ivanka Osmak and Ken Reed for Sportsnet Central. Weeknights, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. The way this game is going, guys, it may be 10 Eastern or the final out of tonight.
They may get preempted tonight the way this one is going. It's tied at 1 going to the 17th inning, so this game will at least match the longest game played in the majors this season. Bo Schultz is back out. He's gone an inning and 2/3 already. Top of the order for the Indians, Santana, Kipnis, and Lindor. Santana 1 for 6. Doubled and scored back in the 3rd, the only Indians run.
Been a strike all day long.
We wanted to call it.
Yep. Bo Schultz, longest outing he has ever had in the big leagues was 4 1/3. That was back in 2014 while he was pitching for Arizona. That was in relief of Wade Miley against the Kansas City Royals.
That one looked like a strike, but Tolley dropped it, and that may not have helped the cause. Well, given that the next option appears to be Ryan Goins, DeMarlo Hale probably is in no hurry to take Schultz out unless he has to. No disrespect to Ryan and the great arm that he has,
I mean,
but
you want a pitcher to
right.
determine the outcome of this game.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen position players finish up games and in
blowouts.
In fact, well, we had one finish up a playoff game last year.
That's right. Out number 1.
But Bo Schultz done a terrific job. He's never won a game in the major leagues, and he was in a position to win his first one last inning, and he wants to continue to put up a 0 here.
Here's Jason Kipnis. I think the ball players are probably grateful it was a day game today, not a night game.
Day game tomorrow.
15 minutes, it'll be a night game. Yeah. But like I said before, you know, both of these teams, nobody wants to lose this game now.
No.
You've played this long, you're going to hang in there and do whatever you can to help win.
Can they shake hands and call it a tie?
No.
Nope.
No ties.
She's doing great.
Yeah, she's doing great.
Good for her.
She probably slept 3 or 4 innings.
Can she pitch? She's having fun. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Blue Jays had some grinding games on that last road trip.
Yeah.
I mean, some really tough ones. The rain delay game.
You know, I was talking to John Gibbons about that. They had 2 day games in Chicago, then a Wednesday day game in Colorado, and then day games here, all 3. The next game, this one and 2 more day games. They're tough.
Ooh, threw it behind him.
I think that's an indication that he might be getting tired just a little bit.
It's too late to get tired. You can't get tired now.
Doesn't count?
No.
You know,
can rest tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe. Schultz has thrown 38 pitches. He's gotten 6 outs. 2-2 upstairs and a full count on Kipnis. Well, if you're the Indians and you could win this game, when you tell your kids or your grandkids about the winning streak, however long it gets to, this will be the one you remember. This will be the one you talk about probably. They've won 13 in a row. If they win today, they set a new Indians franchise record. Out of play.
Yeah, and that's something that people will always remember. Well, how did you extend that win streak? Well, we played 17 innings in Toronto and we just battled them. And it was a memorable game. I mean, there have been several times in this game when either team could have won it. Marcus Stroman started it and had a good outing today as he went 6 2/3, allowed a run on 5 hits.
It seems like yesterday.
3-2 the count. Kipnis waiting. Schultz deals. Got him. 2 down.
Boy, what a job the bullpen has done on both sides.
Yeah, when he fell off the mound, he took an awkward step and looked like he was favoring his shoulder. George Poulos, the trainer, saw it. Watch this follow through. And you see how he has that hip issue. He had his hip repaired in the off season. And he landed very awkwardly and then stumbled off the mound. And Poulos saw it immediately. He was the first one out of the Blue Jays dugout.
Yeah, that just didn't look right. He had the hip surgery in the offseason. This is only his 3rd time as Ryan Goins picks up the ball and starts to get loose. 3rd time that he's been in a ball game for the Blue Jays.
Well, the last thing Schultz wants to do is put his team in a bind to come out of the game unless he absolutely has to. And
I'm thinking of his arm.
Yeah.
That I don't want to hurt myself if my leg doesn't feel right.
And look who's leading this conversation. It's Tulowitzki. And here's the pitch and the follow through that led to this meeting on the mound. And he took an awkward step. But Tulowitzki appeared to be leading the conversation. Said, listen, man, this is one game. If you have something dealing with that hip, and Tulo's had hip problems himself. So he looked like he was being the voice of reason here, saying, listen, Bo, this is one game and can't put your career in jeopardy. You got to be 100% sure you're okay.
so Schultz will stay and Lindor is the batter. Wow, pretty good. right on the outside edge of the knees. 0-1. Lindor probably feeling a whole lot better that the Blue Jays didn't win it last inning after he made that mistake on the ball that Pilar hit. That could have been the difference in this game.
That's what I was talking about earlier about mistakes, physical mistakes and mental mistakes after you've been at the ballpark a long time. And you've competed for almost 6 hours. You have to stay sharp and you have to stay focused.
And a base hit through the right side for Lindor. His 2nd hit in as many at bats.
Now, Junior Lake is playing first base, and he's played some first base in the minor leagues, but that's a tough play for a guy that hasn't been over there very often. He took a step as if he was going to go after the ball. Watch his first reaction. Yeah, and then, oh, no, he was indecisive, and, you know, obviously a first baseman has a better idea of whether or not he can get to that ball, but Junior Lake was unsure.
So that's going to bring Mike Napoli to the plate. Goins continues to throw in the bullpen. And Tolley out to talk with Schultz, and Tulowitzki in again to make sure he's okay.
I don't know if he is. You know, I saw him. He broke over towards first base and he was limping on that base hit to right field. I mean, he's on guts and guile right now.
Pete Walker's on the phone, and this is obviously checking on Goins down to the bullpen.
Watch him one more time.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah, he felt that there. And to clarify things, he had a torn labrum in his hip, and he had it surgically repaired, and it took some bone spurs off the top of that femur bone.
I mean, this is a tough spot he's in. The last thing he wants to do is have to come out of this game. You can respect his desire to stay in the game, even if it's a potential health issue for him.
I'm thinking of his health.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would think he'd be more likely to be willing to come out if there were another pitcher available.
Well, he pitched with the hip issue last year, so he understands what it feels like. And, you know, George Poulos and Mike Frostad, the two trainers, obviously very concerned. I mean, that's first and foremost in their mind is a player's well-being.
He didn't want to tell anybody last year that he hurt his hip, so he kept pitching with it. And then had the surgery in the offseason.
One to Napoli. There for a strike. 1-2.
I got to tell you, what a job by Bo Schultz. Make quality pitches, to have the doubt in the back of his mind about his hip.
scooped him up. Barney is there. What a job by Schultz.
Score him a run now.
Coming up for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 17th. It'll be the 2-3-4 part of the lineup. Josh Donaldson is going to lead it off. He'll be followed by Devin Travis and then Michael Saunders. 1-1 tie. To the bottom of the 17th here at Rogers Center here on Canada Day. The Blue Jays in the red jerseys as always on Canada Day. The longest game they ever played was a 19-inning game. It came in August of 2014 on Canada Baseball Day, celebrating the sport at its grassroots level across the country. So they were wearing red jerseys on that day as well. Is that a good omen for this team here? This has already matched the longest game in the majors this season. It is 2 innings away from being the longest game for the Blue Jays in franchise history. Josh Donaldson leads off the bottom of the 17th. Trevor Bauer is out for his 3rd inning of relief, the guy who was supposed to start tomorrow. Bo Schultz, if it were to go to the 18th, you got to believe he's not coming back out. He's gone 2 2/3. He's obviously in some physical discomfort. Ryan Goins was warming up. Josh Donaldson hoping to say to Ryan Goins, another time.
Get him a win. Get him a run. Get him a win.
He deserves a win.
Yes, he does.
He's never had a big league win. He's got the right man at the plate. Josh Donaldson's had 7 walk-off home runs.
A leadoff walk. And here's Devin Travis. Devin Travis not in the starting lineup today. Came on after Edwin Encarnacion was ejected and has played about a game and a half. In on the grass at third, Ramirez, as Travis waits. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Blue Jays have had their opportunities. Had a good one on the 14th, had a great one in the 16th. Had second and third, one out, couldn't get it done. Now the leadoff man on here in the 17th. Fly ball to right field. The runner was going. The catch is made, and this is going to be a double play. Do you believe it?
Donaldson got a great jump at first, and the middle infielder Lindor came over the shortstop, and he digged Donaldson, and he went right to the bag, and little fly ball into right. Easy play for Chisenhall, and then Donaldson doubled off easily.
He got a great jump. Look at that. I don't know if it was a hit and run or not. If it was, Blue Jays just hit into a double play. Well, it's tough to, when you see a jump like that, just to let the ball go and let him steal it. He had that one.
Yeah, I think that was a steal. I don't think it was a hit and run. He got such a great jump.
So here's Michael Saunders, and you talk about a guy who could use a base hit. Saunders, and again, our scorecards we're all onto multiple scorecards right here, even Tabby with the fancy book. Saunders is 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts in this game.
One swing of the bat can erase all of that.
All of it.
Yeah. Takes the curveball low, a ball and a strike. And need another program. Foul to back, 1-2.
I got to tell you, there's a lot of Hardy fans that are hanging out here, and they have seen a terrific game, and nobody wants to leave. A lot of people, of course, have left because of the multiple innings, but you can see there's still a lot of people here.
He has not been able to throw the curveball for a strike.
He hasn't thrown it, I don't think, for a called strike or a swing and a miss strike. There's Ryan Goins. He's going to come in if the Blue Jays can't score here. Sell out on one fastball. Just sell out and try and hit an extra base hit.
And breaking ball again really has no effect. Everybody is picking it up early. They're laying off of it, but Bauer has a good one. It just hasn't been effective. Got to throw it for a strike once in a while.
You would think.
3-2. Ball 4. A 2-out walk. Josh Tolley, who hit one to the warning track his last time up. Still having fun, still got smiles.
Got their beach towels today on Canada Day. Tolley is playing in his 3rd straight game. He started on Wednesday in Colorado, and then R.A. Dickey pitched yesterday, and now he's come in after Russell Martin was ejected in the 13th.
So win it right here.
And a strike, 1-1. Well, you'd have to think the urgency is on the Blue Jays side. Again, no disrespect to Ryan Goins, but a position player, not a pitcher. He's coming in for the 18th. The Indians have a guy in Trevor Bauer who can go out and throw 3, 4, 5 more innings, perhaps. Tomorrow started. They'll have to figure out tomorrow, but they appear to have the advantage right now here today. Pop back out of play.
I tell you what, if I was Ryan Goins, I'd stop throwing right now. I mean, he's been throwing. He started throwing last inning. And having done this before as a position player warming up, I ran out of gas before I left the bullpen.
Well, the adrenaline and the heart rate and all that's got to be going, right?
I mean, just, you know, you're loose now, Ryan. Just stand there and wait for the inning to end.
How'd you feel the next day?
Oh, I was fine. You know, it was so much fun, but it was a different situation. It wasn't a 1-1 game.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is highly unusual. You'll see position players come in, but 99 times out of 100 it's a blowout.
Yeah, and they're down by 8 or 9 runs. I mean, this is extra innings in a 1-1 game. The one thing you don't want to do is think that you can throw breaking balls and all of that other stuff.
He's got an arm.
Change speeds every once in a while. That's about it.
If you had to pick a position player to do this, he might be the first guy on the team you would pick.
He's got a strong arm, but it'll be interesting, and this is something I always kind of laugh at when guys say, well, I could throw 95. Well, as a position player, when you get into a ball game, you'll be amazed at how slow you throw it compared to a regular pitcher.
I wouldn't want to try and throw it 95.
I tried to throw it at a radar gun, and it's amazing how slow you throw it.
2-2 to Tolley. And we're going to the 18th. Bauer strikes out Tolley to end the inning. That ends the 17th, and a big ovation. About to make his major league pitching debut. Ryan Goins is headed to the mound. Very often a position player pitching, and something you see even less frequently, of course, is a position player pitching in a meaningful situation. Ryan Goins is on to make it. The crowd's loving it. You can hear they're going nuts. His second warm-up pitch.
Pete Walker warming him up to the backstop. I'll tell you, this is tough. This is really hard. We'd show you some numbers, but they aren't any numbers for him because he's making his major league debut as a pitcher.
According to the Blue Jay Guide, he did pitch some in college. Predominantly a position player, but he does have a little pitching in his background.
Well, most major leaguers at some point have pitched little league, high school, somewhere.
Is as recently as college. How about that? They are going nuts here, folks. I wish, and I hope at home you can feel how loud the 20-some thousand who are still here. The ovation he got when he came in.
Changeup. Got one of those too. We were here when Cliff Pennington was throwing in the playoffs. He was hitting 90, 91 miles an hour.
Goins is topped out at 85 so far on the first 3 pitches. No Happ, no Dickey. He'll take the wide zone.
87, and that's pretty good.
That's really good.
And he's got a good arm. But the difference between pitchers and position players is dramatic. He hit 90.
I think Estrada goes over to him after the game and says, hey, can you teach me how to do that?
Yeah, work on that fastball.
I top out at 89. You got 90. You know, good for him for taking the ball and obviously doing whatever's asked for him and competing out there. Curveball, and it's grounded into left field, a base hit. That's pretty decent looking curveball he just threw it 2-2.
I didn't expect he was going to hit it because he's never seen it before. You're right, in a good spot, breaking ball down. Spins it. Yeah, right off the shoe tops.
That's a pretty good curveball.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And Goins is the 9th Blue Jay pitcher today. Obviously, he is the end of the road for the Blue Jays.
Here's a base hit into right center field. Ramirez on his way around second, will take third. Ball will bounce away from Donaldson, but no damage done. Backed up by Goins.
Yeah, Goins was backing up to play perfectly, and obviously being an infield, he looked right away at Chisenhall at first.
Goins is the 9th position player to pitch in a game for the Blue Jays as you take another look at the base hit.
Sounded like he might have broke his bat, but it's enough to get that runner to third base.
Bob Baylor, Jeff Mathis, Steve Tollison, Craig Cusick, Rick Leach, Mike McCoy, Frank Menachino, and the aforementioned Cliff Pennington, the other position players to pitch for the Blue Jays. Here's Michael Martinez.
It is such a strange feeling, and I pitched an inning while playing in Milwaukee, and it's really an odd feeling. You're standing out there and you feel like you're on an island, of course, not having done it.
Ground ball to second. Coming home. Goins now covering the plate. And they're going to call the runner out for getting too far out of the baseline. But meanwhile, the other runners do go to second and third. This is crazy.
This is your definition of a 5-man infield with Ryan Goins on the plate, or on the hill now. He's going to go to home plate and get into that rundown and finish off the play. One more time. Goins has the ball, and the runner outside the baseline is called out.
(4-2-5-1) on the putout, Ryan Goins being the one. So now the infield will have to come in. Second and third one out with Naquin the batter and Jimenez on deck.
Do you put him on?
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah.
I think you walk him and set up the possibility of a double play, just because he's left-handed.
And they're going to.
Yeah.
I think that's the right move. You got Jimenez, the right-hander, on deck. A little bit slower. Got a chance to get out of this inning.
Yeah, I think you give yourself the best percentage to get out of this inning.
The longest game in the majors this year. And Ryan Goins pitching for the first time as a big leaguer, pitching for the first time as a professional. After Marcus Stroman and 7 relievers did a great job for the Blue Jays. The difference in this game, or one of the differences, Tabby, is Terry Francona elected to use tomorrow's starter today, and DeMarlo Hale / John Gibbons electing not, and with good reason. Estrada's had some back tenderness and so on and so forth, but
just didn't match up for the Blue Jays. The Indians will worry about tomorrow. They've got some options. If they want to move up Kluber, they could go down to their farm system and bring a guy up to make a spot start tomorrow.
And the Blue Jays are going to obviously have to make the same type of move and get another arm down to the bullpen after they've used everybody in their bullpen. And we mentioned before, Buffalo is playing at home, so that would be an easy fix. Ross Atkins, the general manager, very concerned, obviously. First and foremost, he wants to win this game.
Bases loaded, 1 out. And Jimenez takes a strike.
First pitch changeup.
We've seen a 2-seam fastball, a curveball, and a changeup from Ryan Goins. Ground ball to short. There's 1. There's 2. Do you believe it? Can they go get that guy a win? Ryan Goins gets a double play grounder, and he can hardly suppress the smile. And can you blame him? time you come to the ballpark, you might see something you've never seen before. Today's living up to that.
How about Ryan Goins, bases loaded, 1 out. He throws a couple of change-ups. And Jimenez grounds into the double play, and we play on.
Tulowitzki leading it off against Bauer. 4th inning for Bauer. Bottom 18 tied at 1.
This is the 3rd time the Blue Jays have played an 18-inning game. One of those games was back in 2005. You know who the winner was? Pete Walker, now the pitching coach for the Blue Jays.
Well, the Blue Jays find a way to win this one, and Ryan Goins gets a win.
There have been 2 position players in the American League, the last 2 that have won games. Chris Davis of the Orioles in May of 2012. And the other, and I remember this, Rocky Colavito beat the Yankees. He was a terrific outfielder that could really throw. Rocky beat the Yankees in 1968. He was actually with the Yankees. He beat Detroit, his former team. But Chris Davis pitched 2 innings on May 6th in Fenway. And the Orioles scored 3 runs in the top of the 17th. They beat Darnell McDonald, the outfielder.
That's another position player, huh?
1 inning away from matching the longest game in Blue Jays history. They had a 19-inning game against the Tigers in 2014. This one has had everything. 2-2 again to Tulowitzki. Fouled back. After Tulowitzki, Lake and Pilar. Fouled back again.
Getting closer. Each team has scored in 1 inning. 1 run in 1 inning. The Indians got their run in the 3rd. Blue Jays scored in the 6th on a home run by Justin Smoke. And that's it. Lots of zeros up on that scoreboard.
Lots of great pitching in the last couple of days. 2-2 again. And a bouncer to short for Lindor. Josh Donaldson has had some opportunities. Justin Smoke's out of the game. He was pinch run for several innings ago by Junior Lake, who's in right now. And Bauer's first pitch is a curveball that he bounces in.
Tell you, Junior can win it with 1 swing. We saw him do that against Chris Sale in Chicago. He can do that right here if he doesn't mind.
Ball 2. Longest game in the majors this year. The Indians try to extend their winning streak to 14, which would be a new franchise record. If the Blue Jays win this game, whoever drives in the winning run and Ryan Goins will get a lot of headlines, as now maybe Aaron Sanchez is being considered. But Bo Schultz's role should not be forgotten.
No,
what happened.
Absolutely. What a terrific effort from Bo Schultz. I mean, you look at all these relievers on both sides. They've done a terrific job, obviously. When you play in the 18th inning, the bullpens are doing a great job. But Bo obviously aggravated his hip on a pitch and stayed in there and really pitched his way and gutted his way through his last inning in the 17th.
Jesse Chavez with 3 innings also.
Lake is aboard. Schultz with 2 2/3 in spite of some what pretty clearly appeared to be some hip discomfort. Here's Kevin Pillar, had an infield hit his last time up, 2 for 7.
Fans make sure you have those headphones on in case the Blue Jays do win it.
Pillar checks the swing, but he takes a strike. This game approaching the 6-hour mark. Curveball and a chopper foul.
Boy, there's another instance. They picked on a great pitch. He got a tremendous jump at first base, and he had this base stolen easily. But Kevin swung at a really tough pitch, and now he's got to go back to first base. Sometimes you got to be aggressive, push the envelope right there. Blue Jays tried it, but they end up right where they began.
Oh-2, and Pillar pops it up. A play for Lindor at short, and that's the second out. So Darwin Barney will come up. You want to send him early? Just shake it up a little bit.
Maybe you can guess right. He hasn't been able to throw a curveball for a strike yet. Maybe you can guess on one of these pitches that he's going to throw a curveball and take off. It happened just last at bat. They picked on the perfect pitch. It was a curveball, and he got a great jump. I think they think something is up. They're going to throw over.
Not going. Ooh. And that hit the bat. That's no fun. Barney checking to make sure the bat's okay. The bat is the reason he's okay.
Self-defense. Just get out of the way. Luckily that ball stayed foul. Didn't stay in fair territory. Gets another shot.
0-2.
Darwin, he has 3 hits this afternoon. Tulowitzki has 3 hits. And both clubs just a single run. There have been 25 hits in this game. The Indians have stranded 17. The Blue Jays have left 60. Chisenhall has 5 hits.
Does he really?
You didn't even know that, did
where
you?
have I been?
Bauer ahead 0-2. Pitch out, nothing doing. And Aaron Sanchez is back with his spikes on. Sanchez due to start on Monday. Started 2 days ago in Colorado. Runner goes. Picked on the right pitch, as you said, Tabby.
There you go. A curveball situation. He hasn't thrown one for a strike. How many has he bounced today?
Every one he's thrown.
Every one. So the Blue Jays pick up on that. Junior Lake's going to pick up a stolen base. No chance.
For Lake, that's his 16th big league steal, and Probably the biggest one. Got himself into scoring position.
On their feet again, a base hit could win it. Backhanded stop, shovel to Bauer covering, and the inning is over. Good play on both ends. Well, they've played the equivalent of 2 full baseball games here today, and it's not enough. Barney grounds out with a winning run at second, and for just the second time in Blue Jays franchise history, they will go to a 19th inning. Changes for the Blue Jays. Devin Travis, who has been the DH since Encarnacion got ejected, is now going into second base. The Blue Jays lose their DH, but they don't really care because they don't have a real pitcher in the game anymore. And Darwin Barney is now going to pitch. So Goins goes just the 1 inning. And Barney doesn't even get a chance to warm up except for the 8 pitches he throws on the mound right here as he makes his first career major league pitching appearance.
Yeah, and it's really a good thing that they don't force any of their position players into another inning, because Goins came out, gave him an inning, and now it'll be up to Darwin Barney. So if you don't have many options, obviously, and you know, with Sanchez, and I know he's put his spikes on, but there's so much concern about his well-being that I'm sure they'd have to go through many layers of front office before they would make any kind of move like that as dramatic to put a young starter into this position.
So Darwin Barney becomes the second position player in as many innings to pitch for the Blue Jays, and he'll face the top of the Indians lineup beginning with Carlos Santana. And he's in with a strike.
Wow. When I pitched in a game, 3 position players pitched 4 innings, but it wasn't a tie game. Sal Bando pitched 2 innings. Jim Gantner pitched an inning, and I pitched the 8th. But it was a blowout, obviously.
Yeah.
Bando came in like in the 5th inning.
Wasn't these kind of game. 19 innings. You're trying to stop a winning streak, the best winning streak in baseball this year.
Time called.
And these fans, they're kind of like the ball players right now. I'm not leaving. I came here early on for Canada Day. I'm going to stay to the bitter end.
I want to see how this thing ends.
Yep.
Want to see if this thing ends. Obviously, Sanchez is eventually in play. They can only go so far with position players.
Well, they don't have any more position players.
Yeah. I mean, unless they start rotating guys around the field and bring Lake into pitch, bring Donaldson into whatever they want to do. But at some point, boy, DeMarlo Hale.
You just hope, right? Just hope that you can hold them and score a run.
Foul territory. And just too far for Donaldson to go with the shift on.
But you could see how much effort he put into that, thinking, man, if I can get an out for Darwin Barney, I'm going to catch it. And he was just too far up the middle with the shift on.
Stroman started. That was today. 6 1/3. Gave up 1 run. Barney's the 10th pitcher of the game for the Blue Jays. And this ball is drilled deep center field and gone. Santana homers off Barney to give the Indians a 2-1 lead.
They put him up in that leadoff spot. Terry Francona was talking about it. He might not be your typical leadoff type of hitter, but he leads my team in home runs. He's got a good eye, and he's a good hitter. And he shows you why right there. Fastball right down the middle. This is going to be home run number 17 for Carlos Santana. Somebody finally scores a run.
You know, there's an element of there's a novelty factor because Goins and Barney have pitched, but for the Indians, as this pitch is popped up into left field, the Indians don't care who they score off of. They just want to score. They're in first place. They got a winning streak going, and they're not going to feel sorry for the Blue Jays just because they've got position players out there pitching.
No, not at all. And that's the way you should play it. The Blue Jays feel the same way. They say, hey, we want to win just as bad as the Indians do. And they've just run out of pitchers. Darwin Barney, the second position player that's had to pitch here this afternoon. And the bullpen, you can't blame the bullpen. They've done their job. Both Jesse Chavez pitching 3 innings and Bo Schultz pitching well beyond his season high.
2 2/3.
Another ball in the air. Popped up for Tulowitzki. And Lindor retired 2 down.
Jesse Chavez was terrific. 3 innings, 2 strikeouts. Storen pitched an inning and 2/3. Schultz pitched 2 2/3, 3 hits, and Goins pitched an inning, gave up 2 hits and nothing else. Had a walk, didn't give up a run.
Upstairs, ball 1 to Mike Napoli. Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning, the bottom of the 19, top of the order, Carrera, Donaldson, and Travis. Laced foul, man. High fly ball towards the left field corner. Saunders back. Foul.
Not a lot of room in that corner for Saunders to deal with that one. And they got a ball.
Kind of feel lucky they haven't run out of baseballs here today. Here's the 1-2. Tell you, both Goins and Barney have gone out there and represented themselves really well on the mound.
They've thrown strikes.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask. And you can see Barney's doing a little bit of sinking the ball, trying to get a different grip, get a little movement.
Got him. Little breaking ball to get Napoli and end the inning. 2-1 Indians going to bottom of 19. Time now for a Blue Jays Central update. Here are Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn from the Samsung broadcast studio. Jays history, they play 19 innings. They need a run to tie, 2 to win. After Carlos Santana homers off Darwin Barney in the top half of the inning. Barney then got 3 outs in a row, including a strikeout of Mike Napoli to end the inning. Trevor Bauer is out for his 5th inning, and he'll face the top of the order: Carrera, Donaldson, and Travis. Upstairs, ball 1.
Well, this is the best the Blue Jays have, top of the order, given the fact that Edwin Encarnacion was ejected after his first at bat.
On the appeal, he didn't go. Ball 2.
And you've got Trevor Bauer. You mentioned it. He was supposed to pitch tomorrow. I don't know how much he did today. He might have had a workout today.
Down to first, 1 down.
He might have thrown a little bit today in preparation for tomorrow, and here he is working in his 5th inning.
Josh Donaldson, the batter. The Indians 2 outs away from a new franchise record 14-game winning streak. Blue Jays hoping for a little magic here in the bottom of the 19th. Donaldson has been up several times in extra innings, and on a number of occasions has taken a cut that suggests he's thinking about hitting the ball out of the ballpark. He knows what needs to be done to give his team the best chance to win. Fly ball to right field. It's pretty deep, but not quite deep enough.
Oh, that brought the fans out of their seats. And a sigh of relief from Trevor Bauer. You mentioned it, Buck. 7 extra inning home runs, walk-off home runs. Looked like he tied it up with 1 swing, but the ball just died on the warning track.
He knows he's got the ability to go opposite field. This ball just doesn't carry like you'd normally expect it to carry. Came off the bat like it had a chance.
So the Blue Jays down to their final out. It's Devin Travis. If it holds up, Bauer gets the win. Barney takes the loss. And the Blue Jays would drop to 4 games over at 43 and 39. There's ball 2. And if it ends like this, it'll be 28 innings in 2 games in which the Blue Jays have scored only 2 runs against the best pitching staff in the American League. 2 solo home runs in 28 innings. Ground ball to short. Lindor has it on to first, and the Indians win it. The 19-inning marathon is over. Trevor Bauer goes 5 innings in relief. Look at the exhaustion for Mike Napoli and the other Indians. Just as tired of the Blue Jays, but they don't have a win to celebrate.
What a ball game. Both teams really battling. There were some fine defensive plays. The pitching was outstanding. And it's unfortunate that it was decided by a position player having to pitch, but what a game.
And we were talking earlier that to set a franchise record for most wins in a row, you can't forget about what we just saw this afternoon. They will remember this one for a long time.
Carlos Santana with a home run that stands up as the winner. A 19-inning win for the Indians. They've won 14 in a row. Let's go to Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn now at Blue Jays Central.